I love my life. I'm so awesome. God, I'm just so awesome. Listen to how awesome I am. I can't hear you over the sound of how fucking loud the power of how awesome I am actually is.
Hand Foundation took in around $1 million of donations, money that they said was going to various charities focusing on dementia research. But over that entire time, the truth was that they hadn't.
Why do you look like a slovenly, unkept GameStop employee? Oh, and that's an insult to GameStop employees who I really love. I was one. I was a GameStop employee. But I didn't look slovenly like this. I dressed better.
Donate.
I had like raver clothes and I looked good. Something about it, I don't know. I still look good. I still look good compared to like this. Ugh. I don't like logos on my shirt because it's this statement that you make. I used to really love that because I really needed the world to know what band I liked, you know, so they can understand what cliche I was stuck in. And then I just sort of transcended beyond that, where I couldn't ever put another fucking logo on my fucking t-shirt without being a fucking living advertisement. I can't be this much of a tool and still be a grown man. I can't be an adult and still put like logos on my shirt. It's something I can't do anymore. Did I grow up and these people didn't? It's weird because I'm the Asperger's idiot man-child, you know? Like, am I the only one who grew up? It seems weird.
Did a single penny and had kept everything. It was only
guess
after
so.
Mudahar and myself made our videos about the situation that the Open Hand Foundation finally donated
the open hand.
money.
It's like some beggar with an open hand.
To the AFTD.
The name is such a meme.
Was...
Can we talk about the name? The name is so funny. The name is such a meme. Open hand is in he's gonna open hand fucking slap you for your money, or open hand like he's a beggar with his hand out, or like open hand like I don't know, open hand like after the blowjob's over, right? Or whatever. There's so many ways that you could like literally interpret this terrible name for this scam charity thing that he ran. Open hand is such a terrible name for a charity. It's really, really fucking bad. It really sounds like you're gonna slap somebody for their fucking money. I mean, hey, the warning was in the name, wasn't it? They always hide in plain sight like this, these pieces of shit fucking white collar criminals and stuff. So like, hey, it's in the name, isn't it? He did open hand slap pretty much everybody involved for their money. He did open hand slap pretty much everybody involved for their money, I would say. So hey, the warning's there in the charity. I don't know. If I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna say open hands, so it at least sounds like you're like, you know, hands across America or something like that. But open hand just sounds like a really bad slap after I've stolen your money. Like, I'm not gonna close my fist and punch you. I'm gonna open hand slap you, bitch. It actually sounds so bad. There's like a secret little code in there if you read for it. It's mockery of the rubes. A rube is the target of a carnival con man. A carnival con man, right? A rube is somebody who falls victim to those fucking cricket carnival games that the circus and the carnivals run, right? And there's all kinds of language in that scene about like fucking marks and points and targets and vig and stuff like this. Mafia has a bunch of language like this. And yeah, so like open hand is this terrible language for like really hurting your opponent, and he just full blown did not hide it. It's like it's something that you do to disrespect your opponent. Real men punch their opponent. They don't open hand slap. That's something that women do, and that's sexist, but it's crazy. It is kind of what the connotation of the fucking thing is when you really read into it, like the way a writer would read into it. You know, how does a writer interpret the title open hand? It really does sound like open hand slap. It really does. It's very reminiscent of an open hand slap as he slaps you and takes your money. And that's pretty much what happened. And they do this all the time. They hide the warning right in the name of the fucking scam. It's so dumb. They hide like this in plain sight all the time. These piece of shit rich are fucking thieves. Please heal. I can't seem to get damage on these guys anymore. It's so annoying. Please fucking hurt him. Kill him. Please stop shooting me. Please stop shooting me. Please. You're so annoying. You're so annoying. I would waste expensive potion on you. You're so annoying. I'm not letting you shut me out of here, you fucking asshole. That's not happening. Nope. Nope, I'm not leaving this place. You're leaving this place, bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
Pretty much destroyed, and deservedly so.
Man,
he had been lying.
They shouldn't have ever invented beer, because that's like full-blown my rocket fuel to the explosion that is my life. I love it. Yeah, let's add some beer to the fucking full-blown rocket explosion. You know, rocket engine explosion that is my life. Absolutely, please.
For years, and after he was exposed, he took no accountability whatsoever. He made up excuses.
Oh my god, I want to chop your beard. How many times did you chop your beard like a fucking idiot? Your beard is an idiot. I didn't think beards had intellects until I saw yours, but beards have intellect and yours is fucking retarded.
Anything was just angry at us for making the public aware of what he was
doing.
That
beard is
and
fucking
it didn't
retarded.
Take long for the completionist to return to YouTube and continue making content. After his terrible response,
I dislike the low IQ of your beard.
As if this entire charity scandal never happened.
I said it.
His family moved on and didn't care whatsoever either. They even held another golf charity event several months later. This was immediately after it was already proven that for years the golf charity money had never even made it to.
Oh guys, I'm gonna be rich and famous one day from my streamer lifestyle while I like do speed runs or whatever bullshit ass shit that they do to get famous or whatever, right? And then when we get there, we're gonna build a charity and we're gonna use our family to rob a bunch of gamer nerds and stuff. We're gonna rob Bill Gates. We're gonna get everybody, and then we're gonna build this charity and we're gonna keep rich for like, you know, for many generations. And we're really just this crazy like, you know, like gypsy-esque clan that like steals from charities so they can keep their crime family going. Oh no. One shot before I could fire. Where did this happen? This was... two potions and I was still one shot before I could fucking return fire. What was that? My eye level's so much lower than this guy. I don't want to fight him. It would be a disgrace to him and I. I feel he just disgraced us, but he didn't know. He didn't know what my eye level was. It's not his fault. Yeah, I'm obviously at least like 15 eye level lower than that guy because I couldn't even get through the damage of the initial volley. But I don't know. Honestly, this was faster, like significantly faster, because I can still do the quest, and you know, he actually sort of did save quite a long walk from me that I couldn't have skipped, you know. But dying did actually cut like a quarter of the zone. It put me from like here to way over here, which was cool. It actually did save me time in the end. Look, I'm faster to my goal than I would have been. I was alt-tabbed.
To the Open Hand Foundation. The family was keeping everything. But then, around 4 months ago, the completionist disappeared. And there might be a good reason for this. The completionist production company, That One Video Entertainment LLC, is in huge trouble. I've never spoken about this, but for the past 2 years, the completionist company has been engaged in a frivolous lawsuit against the biggest GTA Online roleplay server, NoPixel, basically trying to extort them for half of their company. And in October, they lost. And now Gerard's company may have to pay back hundreds of thousands of dollars in attorney's fees. And the cherry on top of all of this is that it appears as though the Open Hand Foundation might now be under investigation by the IRS. A lot's been happening, and in today's video, we will take a quick look. I really hope you enjoy. Now legends, a huge shout out to today's sponsor, Watcher of Realms. Water of Realms is a really fun fantasy RPG that I've played a ton of over the past year. It combines classic fantasy RPG elements with tower defense, which are two of my favorite genres. I love the real-time strategic element
No, I don't have to do this again.
Because after this statement, he can
chop, 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 snip, snip. Oh my god, I just want to trim his fucking nut hairs. Right on your beard, there's like nut hairs. It's gross. It reminds me of fucking pubes. This kind of hair right here, you can see it. His beard hair looks okay, see it? But right around here, right here, you can see this is the nut hair line. He's got a nut hair line. You see it right about here. His beard turns into nut hair. The kind of consistency you would see in a fucking pube bush, you know? And I really don't like the nut hair. I want to snip it off. It's disgusting.
Continue to pretend.
There's all kinds of disease in it. He probably drags it through his food and stuff. It's like its own goddamn biohazard or whatever. Fucking disgusting.
That nothing ever happened, and he never spoke of it
Trichinosis
again.
stew, you know, is how I think of this. Trichinosis stew that is your beard, you know? Ugh. Like, I mean, there's probably semen in it, you know? It's like gross, like gross. Like, ugh. Like he probably jacks off and it ends up on his beard because it's so big, you know? Fucking gross, you know? I don't know. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't fear germs. I'm actually really not that guy. I don't care about germs. I've let people piss on my hand before, but like germs, yeah, I don't know. Like that beard, that's a cesspit. I kind of want to take that beard to a petri dish and test it, do some cultures and stuff, and see what's actually in there, because there's gonna be feces and semen and food and just you know. I'm sorry, but
For the next 8 months, Gerard would continue to post videos to his channel, hoping to resuscitate his brand. The quality, however, was now greatly diminished because most of his employees either quit or he let them go. And then in August, he released a video about alien isolation and hasn't been seen since. But while Gerard was pretending
I'm sure that you're the alien that's been isolated. Yeah, you're the alien. It's you versus the alien. The alien knows that you've committed a charity scam, and he's gonna get you, Gerard. This content writes itself. It's so funny. It's not like I'm a genius for coming up with it or whatever. This shit writes itself. It absolutely is. It's so easy to do this. It's so easy to do this. The alien knows you've got the charity, the char scam or whatever, charity scam, whatever, the cha scam. And he's gonna get you from the corners. So go do what I did. Master alien isolation on extreme difficulty. That's what I did. But I did that shit 3 years ago when they gave alien isolation away on the Epic Store. I beat Alien Isolation the second time I ever played it on extreme on my stream. I died like 600 times, but I still did it. It was easier to do than Stalker 2 was. You know, it was easier. And I do that shit for fun just because it just struck me to do it. I just did it. I didn't do that stuff to brag. I don't think I even wrote the name of the video to brag or anything like that. I just did it. And it's kind of funny. You can tell what he's going through. He's like, I'm the alien and I'm in isolation and they're coming to get me for my charity scam. I got to run from the alien that's going to end my career. You can just see it psychologically that he views the public as an alien who's trying to end him for some reason that he can't understand. He just doesn't understand it, I don't think. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get why these people did this to him. It's because you took like 8 figures from people and then you used it to steal from gamers and gamer charity.
That everything was hunky-dory.
You can't seem to figure out why we hate you.
On the surface, behind the scenes, shit was hitting the fan. For the past year, many people, including myself, have been waiting for the Open Hand Foundation to file their 2023 IRS tax forms. Personally, I wanted to see if anything changed after they got exposed. Were they suddenly going to start properly declaring their income now that so many eyeballs were focused on their charity? Well, what's interesting is that the Open Hand Foundation hasn't filed their 2023 IRS tax form, despite it being long past the deadline. If you search the charity through the Office of the Attorney General, it says their reporting is incomplete and the IRS form is required. This hasn't happened in any other year.
Dude, I am not sitting in a love seat with another dude. That's not happening. Oh, look at all the nerds that you surrounded yourself with. They all have money and everything. I am not sitting on a love seat with a dude. That's not happening. Oh, what if they start kissing? It's so cute. Look, they can share little video game secrets with each other about the future and what it might hold. And they can just kiss. You know, they can kiss to their picture of Conker on his big belly. And like, I mean, come on. Like, I'm not sitting in a love seat with some dude. It's not fucking happening. That's not happening. I mean, I'm sorry, but the clown that is your life, it is clown shoes. It's clown shoes. The idiot that is your beard. Oh no, you braided your beard on this particular episode. Why did you braid your beard? Are you female? No, you got a big old beard. But apparently you need to braid that fucking beard, yeah, before it becomes a biohazard, yeah.
Open Hand Foundation.
Somebody gave you $45,000. Dear God, why? You don't inspire confidence in me whatsoever. I'm very aware that I don't inspire confidence in anybody, you know? So why you would ever give me any money is beyond me. But him is an entirely other story. This man looks like he wants to take your money to me, kind of.
Always filed their forms on time. So it's very peculiar that at a time where it's more important than
Why does your beard look like Satan? It's like a weird, dumb, idiot Satan beard.
Ever to be
fucking beard jokes are way too easy to score off him with. You know, I must have done like 400 beard jokes by now. See, I'm an actual streamer and I just see this guy as content. This guy, I think he's a charity scam artist. So he can't see the living meme that his joke life has become. It's actually sort of dumb. Like, it's sort of low IQ a little bit. It's like low emotional intelligence. He can't see it. I can see it. I can see what your life has become.
Parent.
Because it's not me anymore, bitch. It's not me.
Aren't reporting. Of course.
It ain't me, baby.
There are multiple possible reasons why they aren't submitting their forms. The most
Why do you look so angry? You look really angry right now. What could you possibly be angry about? That's another thing that I'm very aware of all the time. I haven't taken the public's money, so when I'm angry, it doesn't really matter what their fucking opinion is because I haven't taken their money. Not really. I mean, I've taken some thousands of dollars, but I mean, that's their business if they want to do that. I warned them right on the fucking thing that the only reason that they should donate to me is to make the commercials go away. Right on the public warning when they try and sub to me. It's like, if you want to talk to me, you have to be a sub, and you know, and like, yeah, like, don't whisper me or whatever, don't at me, and I'm not gonna talk to you because I don't read the chat because I'm a fucking asshole. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fucking asshole. I absolutely am. And like, you know, so I don't know, like, I don't really see why this image is necessary. I don't really understand it.
Obvious would be they haven't yet done their 2020.
Like, I don't know, like I see this and it seems like some kind of trickery.
3 accounting.
Some kind of, you know, feng shui trick. Some kind of weird Eastern feng shui trick to kind of trick people into giving you their money. The beard is some kind of feng shui trick. It's like this, I'm going to say what I think, even though I think it's incredibly hurtful or whatever, but I'm going to say what I think. You know, and this is hurtful to the other side, but I don't fucking care. This is exactly what I think. I really think this. I think the beard is a status quo symbol for insecure 40-year-old dudes who roll right wing, vote for Trump, and have a toxic masculinity Andrew Tate vibe going on, and the beard is their warning to the fucking world or whatever that they're bad actors. And the beard, like, literally is his, like, con man's tell. Con men always have a tell. They always leave what they call a signature or an MO or a motive or whatever. Con men always leave some calling card is what they call it. They call it a calling card. It's actually kind of like, you know, it's like, it's so bad, but his calling card is his beard. And the beard is his calling card, and the two are like intertwined. Like, the power of the beard is kind of funny, and like, it's like intertwined with his identity.
But it could also mean they are currently being audited by the IRS.
And the beard is like this: come on in, I'm a conservative thief. It literally is. It's like a sign to me that says, come on into my stream. I'm a conservative thief. There aren't too many of me, you know? Because the conservatives tend to be kind of a law and order culture most of the time. So, like, most of the time, not always, but, it's just weird to see a thief, like, trying to identify to the toxic masculine side of like, Andrew Tate's whole culture and everything. Because it's, like, really weird. You don't often see conservative thieves. Usually thieves are ultra liberal. They're about freedom of drugs, freedom of drug dealing, freedom of things, and sometimes you'll see a conservative thief who believes in the freedom of something. But I mean, like, overall, usually most of the thieves I've ever met are like ultra left-wing liberal. They tend to be gun owners, so they tend to be like me, they tend to sort of fall right-wing when it comes to the guns and personal protection around drug people. But when it comes to, like, actual, like, drug dealer kingpin type criminal dudes, most of us fall liberal, and we have, like, butt sex with our slutty girlfriends, and we, like, we roll in the streets dirty, and we don't believe in laws most of the time, and that's kind of a liberal thing, criminality. So when you see, like, a conservative bearded dude trying to reach out to, like, the Ron Swanson culture, you're like, but why? You're this nerdy recluse who plays video games. That's not your image.
Personally,
your image is not Ron Swanson, but you really seem to be making this statement about that. And I see this in the Magic the Gathering circles all the time, because I actually stood in the Magic the Gathering circles all of my life. You'll see these conservative dudes with tattoos of, oh my God, it's such a stereotype. It's hilarious. They'll have conservative tattoos of that movie, The Boondock Saints, because that's like a weird conservative fucking, like, dog whistle for them. And we have the word dog whistle because of dudes like this, and I'm supposed to dislike dudes like this, and he comes with a warning for people like me, so I can suss him out for who he actually is. He comes with a warning, and it is the beard, because people like me are so, like, we're like, people like me, the nerds who are kind of, what's the word, like, I wouldn't say I'm gullible, I just take everybody at what they want me to take them at. Until told differently. If you want me to believe something about you, I'll believe you about what you're saying until proven different or some other such, right? So I'm supposed to believe something about this dude, but honestly, all I see is a bunch of warnings about a criminal. When I look at it from an emotionally intelligent outside thing, it's one of the reasons why criminals were almost never able to rip me off, because most criminals who rip off criminals, they feed on dumb, and they're looking for what's the word, innocence, or more, I mean, a better word would be, like, gullibility, or like they're looking for easy marks. I've never been an easy mark, but this guy kind of strikes me as an easy mark a little bit. I would like to try to commit some financial fraud against him, because I bet I could get his money from him. He strikes me as the sort of dude. He wants to appear as, like, this weird right-wing authority who runs the gamer scene or something, and he's this powerful streamer and all this. But I don't know. I see somebody who I think is a rube, who I could easily walk all over, which is weird. Because there's this point, in the scene, as a drug dealer or a kingpin, where you either get walked all over or you just stop getting walked all over. You just stop doing it. And I never really started. I just assumed that everybody was out to take all my product from me, take all my money from me, light me up to the cops, leave some paper trail that they can point out to get rid of me, and that kind of thing. So I just didn't do any of that, and I got along with people great when they saw that I wasn't an idiot, and that I didn't dress like an asshole, and that I didn't brag about it or anything like that, and that I didn't really hated police, like, more than Nazis or rapists, and they see an actual fundamental, like, deep down. I used to make it a point to anybody who would ask. I'd be like, no, you got to understand. The cops have put 7 false assault charges against me. I would go toe in the cell with the fucking pig. I would never roll against anybody but a rapist. And I was like, as long as you don't rape anybody around me, and I used to tell people this too, as long as you don't rape anybody around me, we good, we Gucci. I don't care what you fucking do. As long as you're not a rapist, we're good. I don't care what you do. If you got bodies, that's on you. That's not on me.
Think it's the latter, given how many people reported the charity after the scandal broke. Another piece of evidence to support
that's between you and God and a judge. That's not between you and me. I don't have bodies on me. So I don't care about them murdering people. I care about rape, because if you don't stop it, it just keeps happening. But murder won't ever end. We've been killing each other since the dawn of man. We haven't been raping each other since the dawn of man, but we've definitely been killing each other since the dawn of man. And so, if you're a rapist, I'm fucking turning you in. I've been very clear about that with everybody, too. If you're a rapist, you're not safe in my community. I'll fuck you up.
being audited.
I've turned in several rapists,
Is that it does appear they
I've definitely blown some cover.
have already done their 2023 accounting. So there doesn't seem to be any other legitimate reason not to file. We know they've done their 2023 accounting because as part
I think that man is wearing rouge and blush, and I don't think of him as a man anymore.
Their 2024 annual charity registration to the Office of the
Isn't that weird and toxic and sexist and male toxic, just like him? But I mean, I've got my own form of male toxic, which is I'm not sitting on a love seat with another dude. I'm not wearing fucking rouge or fucking like beige or like foundation when my eyes have bags. If my eyes have bags, then the world better deal with it. I guess I haven't been sleeping then, I'm not wearing fucking rouge or foundation because I'm on some fucking set. I don't care what you say. I don't care if you're some suit dummy with a lot of money like fucking Jimmy Kimmel or something like that, or you have producers. I'm not wearing fucking makeup. I'm a goddamn man. Makeup is for thespians and women, and I'll be just as toxic and masculine towards this toxic masculine dude. But the difference is, like, I'm talking about my own personal standards. That's it. I don't care what he does. I'm talking about you couldn't pay me enough money in the world to fucking don some rouge like that fucking idiot. That's not happening.
Attorney General, they needed to state their revenue and expenses for the previous year, which they did. And this is where things get very interesting.
Oh, they gave me 8 figures, so I gotta wear the rouge now, like Andy, like the what are those cool little dolls, the Andy and Randy or whatever, what is it? It's the Ann doll, right? The something Ann doll. What's the name of that doll? The Ann doll. Raggedy Ann, right? Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy, right? Yeah, like dude wants to dress up like Raggedy Andy. I'm sorry, I'm not dressing up like fucking Raggedy Andy. That's the joke. That's the troll. I'm gonna call your ass Raggedy Andy because bro has rouge on. You're a bastion for the toxic right wing fucking like Andrew Tate fucking crowd with your fucking biohazard beard and your clown shoes and your fucking charity ab scam or whatever the fuck. And it's just crazy. It's just like, it's like, I'm sorry, but I mean, at this point, you look so much like a Raggedy Andy clown that you're wearing rouge. You're wearing rouge on your fucking gamer stream for your loser fucking, your loser fucking speedrunners. Fucking speedrunning. I'm sorry, I've disliked so much of the things that these people have been since I was like 12 years old. It's really hard to stomach them this late in my life. Nah, I've really, really hated dudes who don the makeup since I was like 12. And I'm not talking about transvestites. Those people are cool. I'm talking about male straight dudes who put on the rouge and the foundation and stuff so they can go on the news and lie. It's suit dummy bullshit. It's the same old suit dummy bullshit. It is. It's the same old privileged bullshit of the gods robbing the clods.
Breakdown like
they don their rouge and they put on their makeup and they pretend like there's somebody that you should trust while they rob your fucking ass blind.
The IRS tax forms would, but it does give us a few basic
Fuck
figures. It says that in 2023, the Open Hand Foundation raised $155,000. This is significant because it's by far the most revenue the organization has ever reported in a single year.
See, this is why you don't do shit like this. You become the target of the entire fucking world. This is why I was honest about my heroin use, my methamphetamine abuse, my butt sex, my sleeping with married women, my fucking, running from the law, my 15 fucking car chases, my fucking, the 7 times I evaded police at high speeds and the 2 times that I didn't, or 1 time really. 1 time really that I didn't. And it's 1 time that I didn't. I got away with all the others and all this. And all the shit that I've done, I'm very honest about this. I would like to start an ex-junkie commune full of ex-junkies so I can be, so I can save a bunch of people. And I would just turn that place into my own personal fiefdom. Now, I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about toppling the government. Now, am I afraid to say things like this? Yeah, I'm afraid to say things like this, but it's still my plan. I kind of want to take on the goddamn government. I'm honest about it. I don't hide from people. It's right there in the warning when they come in the fucking chat. Yeah, subversive chat. Really dangerously subversive chat. You know what I'm saying? It sucks, but it is true. And I'm not going to wear the rouge when I do it. This dude wears the rouge.
Yeah, The previous time.
This dude wears the Moulin Rouge when he comes to fucking spread you and fuck you for his charity scam or whatever the fuck. I'm just gonna tell you right to your fucking face exactly why I need your fucking money to fund my private war against the government. I'm not robbing you for generations or any of this fucking, charity ab scam stuff. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that stuff. I am gonna tell you exactly why you should give me your fucking money right now. You should come fund my private war to build a lobby to represent the gamers against the government, just like they do for every other lobby, and get the gamers represented so these piece of shit fucking game companies don't fuck us with DRM and EAC and fucking all this other shit. I was like, I'll take your money and I'll show you every dollar as I pay for lawyers and fucking lobbyists, and we start representing the gamers in this world. This motherfucker took $20 million from the community, and all he did was buy clothes. Games and clothes. What the fuck is that? Do you know how many times I go to a store every year? It's about 20. I'm sure as fuck not buying merchandise or games or anything like that. I'm not buying anything when any money anybody gives me. Money is for beer, marijuana, getting out of problems, paying for things when you get in a problem or some kind of snare or bind or whatever, and drugs. That's it. That's what money's for. It's not for you stuffing your pockets so you can buy clothes and games. Oh, and I'm sorry, I forgot one. And funding your own private war against the government. That's what money is for. It's not for you buying shitty games and doing your girl repellent in the background or anything like that. That's just not what money is for. I'm sorry, that's not what money is for. Money is for personal private wars against the government. Fixing problems and taking care of the people in your life. That's it. It's not for buying games or dressing up like an F word or any of the things that you do. I'm sorry. And I don't mean that as some kind of weird, like, bigoted slur. I'm talking about a straight dude. You know what I'm saying? A straight dude. The worst effort that I know. Go put on some more rouge. To hide, go cake up on some makeup to cover all those lies. I believe that's a Marilyn Manson quote. Yeah, wake up and stop shaking because you're just wasting time, right? Yeah, like we'll cake up on some makeup to cover all those lies, right? That's Marilyn Manson. That's what I think of when I see Gerard. Is fucking Marilyn Manson singing Antichrist Superstar. Wake up and stop caking up that makeup to cover all those lies. I'm sorry, but yeah, the dude's wearing rouge. When the dude's wearing rouge, he's probably a liar.
This total was back in 2021.
Trump does it all the time. We used to call him the orange-faced turd. Motherfucker wore rouge because he's a fucking bald-faced liar thief. But dude, man, literally, like went to the tanning bed so he could look orange. Like, I mean, sorry, but yeah, that beta carotene and stuff. What are you doing?
When they raised 100.
That beta carotene look of yours. That beta carotene, right? Isn't that what the carrot drug? Your beta carotene face makes me sick because it looks like you're covering the rouge over all those lies. And then it turns out that you do owe us like, 65 million in back tax or whatever it is. It's like 650 million or whatever it is. I don't even know how much back taxes he owes. And it's like you were this thief that needs to wear rouge. You're an actor. You're a television actor who lies all the time.
But that was under very different circumstances.
And you wear the rouge like this dude, so you can lie to your constituency and steal their fucking money. It's really clear. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. All the motherfucking time. All the time. They wear the makeup while they fucking spread us. It's so bad. Oh, look, I made a sale. I made a sale of one of these fucking green salvage packages already. Look, I produced 100 million off of something that's worth like 5 million. Look, make $1 out of 15 cents. This thing's worth 15 mil. I'm charging $1, which is 100 mil. See it? See it? Do you see? $1 out of 15 cents. I'm not kidding. I'm going to go bet on all my own packages soon. But no, I don't care to. I just want them to do that. Yeah, if I say these packages are worth 100 million, they're worth 100 million. Right? I mean, I'm sorry, but that's literally how life works. If you say something is worth something, it's worth something. It's insane. It's kind of like you just sort of make up your own reality. It's that is the secret to life, is you make up your own reality. If you don't like what this dude is doing and door camping you or whatever, you just inform them that they don't exist, because they don't. I dreamt you up as some kind of weird masturbatory dream, and then you leave. I mean, you are the master of your own reality. It's the secret to this life. You must understand it. And then you leave. If something's happening that you don't like, just leave. Just leave. You're strong enough to leave. You're almost always strong enough to leave and go somewhere else and start over. It's insane. It's, you know, just leave. If you don't have to shoot them or get angry or sign up for some negative emotion contract that you don't need, that gets you into other problems and it causes you wrinkles and sadness and stuff. If something sucks, just leave. Even stalkers, if they suck, just leave. Don't talk to them. Don't. You can threaten them with federal, you know, prosecution and stuff like this, but that's about the only communication that you should have. Look, I'm selling. I can't believe I sold. I can't believe I sold one of these.
Let's compare.
I know that they're gambling addicts and they can't resist trying to get a chunk of that piece of that pie. They're just like me. I know that they can't resist. They can't resist it. They're like, oh my God, this thing might have something really good. No. And he can still get it for half price at an 8 million bid, right? Or no, it's 12.5. Never mind, it's 12.5, but I don't care. Buy them. Look, two of them have completed. Open HyperNet offers. Please buy my Ore Green salvage package. Please. 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 Did I sell one for low? I think I sold one for low. I gotta stop. Nobody's gonna buy these, but I don't care. I still think it's fun. I'll bet on my own product even, because I don't care. I'll get my money back. Watch this. I'm going to blow like a lot of money on this dumb gamble, but it doesn't matter. I think some people are going to get suckered in because I know that they're fucking press W morons. They just don't even think. That's their whole generation. They just step into it without thinking. And I'm going to take advantage of this. Watch. They can't help it. They see a gamble that they can profit from, and they just they don't think about how much they're losing. They think about how much they might be losing if they don't take it. And it's hilarious. This is the other side of the gambler's fallacy. There is no such thing as a streak. You can't win. Don't try. You can win 25% bets like me, 1 in every 4, but you can't win. No, you can't actually win against the house, no. So just, you know, just keep that in mind. You can win 25% of the time if you're betting 25%. What am I? What am I doing? Oh, I finished all this? Yeah, I did. I finished all this. This guy didn't kill me because I'm AFK, I guess. Yeah, barbs, net, slow. Oh. Oh, it's Racket again. He seems to be hunting me or whatever. He's Waffle House. Well, never mind. I'm just going to run from him and get cover and stuff. Get tree cover or whatever. Yep. Oh. I'm just gonna run. I don't want to fight with this retard. Oh. Leave me alone! I don't want to fight. You have like 20 eye level more. It's unfair, and it shows your dishonor and disgrace for you to want the fight. You're better than me. You're better than me. I admit it. Just gonna run him all the way up north. Why do I keep dismounting over and over again? What? Now I have dudes. That's not too good. Ugh. Ugh, leave me alone. Leave me alone, shithead. I don't want the fight. You have 20 eye level. Yep. Oh, God. Nice. Good fight. Good fight. Tidal Ruin. The other guy didn't matter. Tidal Ruin killed me, though. Nice. Good fight, Tidal Ruin. Ooh, Dragon Glories. Okay, let's go solve the piece of shit problem. There we go. Oh, then drop the missions or whatever. Yeah, like warp over there or whatever. Yeah, just drop the missions. I don't care about some missions or whatever. I'm just here playing the game. Yeah, you, go. Yes, you. There you go. Now, turn off the thing. No, PvP mission is not active. No, it's not active, though. I teleported. Teleport. I don't want to battle with this developer. You have 20 eye level on me. I can't do anything. There we go. Oh, Elite Chess Run, done. Mine's done. Merc Wall, Bellatrix, mine's done. Queen Raw, CK on Sunday night. Oh, it is 8:30. I need to take the trash out. I will go do that now. I'm terribly sorry. I will leave a cool little paint thing telling you where I went. BRB, 5 minutes. I do have to take the trash out because I have a family and I love them. Oh, no, that's not what I want. It is that. Yes. Nope, that is not what I want either. I want like a pen. Yeah, there we go. B, R, B, heart, 5. BRB 5. I would drink more beer and play a game where there isn't shitheads. Isn't that fun? Yeah, let's stay away from the shitheads, people. Yeah! Boy, I really want to fight this guy who two-shots me. That seems wise. These low IQ pieces of shit, I don't know. Okay, any other trash in the house? Yeah, there's that one. Here. Okay, sorry about that. Hi. Covered in rain. Very wet out there. Beautiful night. So, oh yes, my headphones. I didn't even have the quest done. He didn't get credit. Like, I didn't even have the quest done. I just wanted to be away from these losers. There we go. Alright, what do we do? We don't do credit anymore because they don't pay anymore. And I went to the wrong teleportal for some reason. Oops. Oh, I need streaked alligator. Ooh, I'm gonna have a pizza tonight, I think. I'm gonna have a beer. Oh, I need to put oh, pig. Ah, don't kill me, pig. Look how long it takes me to kill this level 65 pig, and you'll understand why I don't want to fight with that guy. Do you see how I can't even kill a pig? Not without, like, you know, 15 minutes. It's like 15 minutes. No, that fight was like 2.5 minutes something. I can kill a pig after 2.5 minutes. That's the same level as me. You begin to get an idea of how bad the eye level thing actually is. And I won't take a fight with a clueless jackass like that. I just actually won't. It's an embarrassment to him and me. It's a dishonorable disgrace to him. It's not real PvP. He doesn't really gain anything. He just socks a toddler. I would have to hit him so many times. I don't believe it is actually technically possible for me to kill him before he can just potion up. That's what's wrong with this game's PvP. I only do it when I'm forced to, you know? It's not too good. It's not, I mean, I wouldn't say this game's PvP has ever been accepted as good. I wouldn't say. PvE is great. PvE is the best combat MMO it has ever been, but the PvP, nah, most of it's netcode. Most of the shots miss when they shouldn't. You know, all this other shit. Okay, so going to crack a beer. I'm going to turn off this light and that light. And oh, there's another pig in there. I can't say it. I'm about to type into the chat. I did type it. Yet you say that name. Yet they say my name. Here we go. So now we block Racket. There we go. I knew he would say it. I couldn't remember his name. I was waiting for a response there, and I trolled his guild so I could get his name. I couldn't remember his name, and then I blocked it. I guess his name is Racket. I couldn't remember, but it's a name I'll forget. Click your name. Couldn't remember his name. Oops. Oh, I went to the wrong place. I am going back to FFA or whatever it is. Maybe we go play some Mortal now. These people seem to have got toxic, so we'll just leave their game. Every time I leave Rust or Eve or, you know, fucking New World is because somebody gets toxic, you know? I admit that I was more toxic than them, but they kind of, like... Oh, did I do the CK thing today? Yes, I did. Okay, we're going to switch games here. I'll eventually end up on, like, Fortnite and Overwatch, but I want to do some Mortal now. Or, well, I'll pop in on Rust. I'll do a run on Rust here for a little bit. Anytime some fucking gamer gets toxic on some game, I just leave and call them fucking losers in the chat. It's me winning in the end. They can argue if they want, but, I mean, it's the truth. I can just go on to some other game. I don't live in some fucking toilet like them. And so I got a text. We're going into the zombie server here. Here we go. 2 players. Master at Arms. We're going out to nullsec now. All right, let's go out to nullsec. I'm going to take the risk. I know that they want those nullsecker things. Yeah, I'm going to just leave this here because it's just like dead weight. It'll go away in the end. It'll just go away on its own. So yeah, we're going to leave these fresh volatiles. I have now made like enough money to put these ships at risk, so I'm definitely going to go put these ships at risk, and I'm going to go out to nullsec here. We're going to join a oh no, I guess I must have DC'd or something. I don't know. I thought I formed a fleet, but invite to, oh no, are we in fleet? Yeah, oh yeah, we're in fleet. Okay, so oh yeah, so let's take a look at what's going on in the Rust. I'm going to take a look at my report player, and I see that Fentbot is here. It appears that the Stalker has changed their name. I don't know what it is I can do here, but I can put this kit at risk, and I believe I will, and we'll just go out into the neighborhood, and we'll go see what's happening. This kit does not matter, so if they take it from me because they're ready for me and I'm not, go right ahead. You know, that's fine by me. I don't care. have a look around here. I can't ride this ladder? Oh, there we go. Alright, I thought I closed that, but I guess not. A little bit more cover that way. Oh no, there's more place to hide, I guess. Never mind. So I will fearlessly go out into the procedurally generated landscape. Now, these trees kind of protect that base, but I would like to do some wood chopping here for XP. It's fun to be here. Maybe this Fentbot guy just lives there. No, he's got a base around, or he's like hid up somewhere on a cliff or something. Let's see if anybody else pops. No, it's just Fentbot. I have no interest in them. I dreamt them up. They don't exist. Very good. Stuff this thing full of wood. There we go. Oh, wait, I dropped some, huh? Okay, there's a load of wood. I guess I'll stop and well, no, this base doesn't really have a... This base has a metal problem, and that base has a stone problem, so I suppose I don't really fix any of those issues. I will drop wood for metal. Metal ore. Ooh, high quality metal. That's a good haul. Okay, let's make the entry to the base again. I will observe from the cliff where the gank is most likely to occur. And you just deal with each threat with no fear and the assumption that you'll win, and most of the time you do. These people are weak. I am not. So when it comes down to the actual head-to-head confrontation, if they're not stacking the numbers or whatever, I tend to win. I really do. I tend to win. So, like, you know, I'm going to, like, show it here. I'm ready for it. Let's do it. Anything? Nope. I could see that somebody could be hiding there. When I log in, I see that somebody is popping on my thing right away. And that would indicate that there is some kind of person like living in this base. But I do not believe this base has that kind of room. And it's weird because like they immediately pop, like they're sitting there waiting. See Fempot, see it? But like, oh, yeah. Oh yeah, I never finished this, huh? Nice. Oh yeah. We'll just do a little bit of work with that, huh? Yeah, we'll go wall. Oh, no, not enough space. Oh, not enough space right there, huh? Oh, yeah, because of the wall. Oh, yeah, because of the wall. Not enough space. Oh, okay, that's probably why. Yeah, that's probably why, huh? All right, well, can you seal off now? No, not enough space. That's crazy. Okay, well, yeah, the wall was a little too close to the base, which is fine. I don't care if they cut half the raid to like 4 doors or whatever. I don't care about that. Okay, wrong side. I love my fucking like ghetto ass base that took me 2 hours to throw together with just some imagination and like will. I didn't even think I was gonna keep playing this wipe, but I was like, well, if I just build this base again like I told him I would, I was like, you can raid bases, it won't matter. I'll just rebuild the same thing the next day in 2 hours, and it took you like 20 hours to farm the sulfur. And it's like, if you want to be a sulfur slave, you can. It's kind of funny. It's like, go ahead. I give you permission to be a sulfur slave. I have enough of that as it is, but apparently you just want more, apparently. I have had enough of that. I don't want any more of that, but you like, okay. I guess you'll sign up for it. I won't sign up for that. You can sign up for that. I'm not signing up for that. I'm not signing up for more sulfur farming than I already did for Large Clan. That's not happening. You can get condemned to that reality if you want. I'm not happening. That's not happening. That's not happening for me. I'm not doing that reality. No. Okay, so... now we can put another box right under there. Yeah. No? No. Blocked by repair bench. What do you mean? What about like that? Can you do that? Oh, no, you can't. What do you mean? Maybe I should put this on the roof, huh? Yeah. Make me a hammer. Yeah. All right, let's go rip off more people with our gambling, just like that video that we were watching.
2021, Gerard's fundraiser Indieland received $113,000 in donations just through...
Why? Why would you give Indieland 113 grand when there's kids starving in Africa? I mean, why?
Tiltify alone.
Dementia research through indie games. I'm sorry, that's so specific. I'm sorry, no. I'm not doing that. It better be starving kids in Africa, or AIDS, or water relief, or food relief, or antibiotic relief, or something for some war-torn fucking crazy culture and stuff. Dementia research kind of sounds like what happens to old people when they die. Dementia is what happens to you when you're about 80, 8 until you're about 105. It just seems sort of naturally what God wants. I don't know. I think it's a terrible thing, dementia, an old person losing their brain. I have a great deal of sympathy for it and stuff. But can you stop it? Can you research dementia to the point where you can stop it? I'm not so sure. That's just your body. I hear dementia research and I think that's sort of like researching the cure for old age. Am I wrong? When I see this, I think, oh, you want to research the cure for old age. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think I've flooded the Master at Arms market. No, I've been doing well, actually. I don't know. I don't really know. It's hard to gauge all of it when you're making it up as you go. It's kind of crazy. Am I doing well? I think I'm doing well because I don't ever have to work. Like, ever. I don't ever have to do anything in this game. I have endless loot. Many ships. And, I mean, am I good at this game? I don't know. I don't have to do anything. Does that make me good? I don't really know. Here's a whole bunch of more money from just being AFK. Yeah, like, look at all this money and stuff. Yeah, like, how much money is this? Let's go sell this. Yeah, sell that. How much money is that? You need to go up to here. It's 100. No, it's like 200 mil. I don't think I really worked for this. I believe I clicked my F1 and F2 key a couple of times and I alt-tabbed a few times. But here's 220 million for sitting there AFK. Here's 5 skins. 6 skins. Get it right. 6 skins. Yeah, 4 skins I didn't have and 2 that I just throw on the hypernet immediately. 155 seems kind of dumb. I want the million. If I'm going to do a hypercore. No, I want a 2 million. Rhea Aurora Universalis for 2 million because there's never been Tristan Chronodynamic skin. You say it's worth 869 on the market and 111 on the hyper. I say 5 mil. I can play Trump games too.
The charity also received a $25,000 grant from Jamie Lee Curtis's charity, Syzygy. Just these 2 income sources alone already amount to more than the $136,000 they reported.
You don't think I get this money? I do. I get this money. I do. I like. Okay, I haven't bought a Plex since June. It's like it's going on January. I spent $10 on a monthly, and I've been paying. I haven't been paying real life money. I've not been paying real life money to play this game. I took a 3-month sub for 30 and a 2-week for 10, and now I'm sitting like $40 is my investment, and I have now made so many billions. If you look at what I've actually done, it's sort of insane. I've made so many fucking billions. Like, I don't know. Like, and I still have another billion sitting right there. There's all this stuff that I didn't even cash in on yet that I've done. Like the faction warfare. I haven't even cashed in on the faction warfare in the last, 3 months or something. There's $1 billion sitting right there. Where am I right now? I just want to make sure I'm conscious of what it is I'm doing. Yeah, I think I'm good. I'm just making sure I'm inside and everything's good. Pop has not jumped or dropped, and that's okay, but I mean, that's small pop for you. Small servers, I've been dealing with them since I was 22 years old. When Nerzol died, as so did, there was a whole bunch of servers that we absolutely loved that died. Our original server that we took the Scarab mount from was the Venture Company. That place fucking died. It was dead to start with. And then there was Nerzol is where we transferred to, as well as Lightning Hoof and Nerzol, and then Blackrock, which is where Uda really became Uda. Blackrock to Frostmourne to Blackrock, Blackrock to Illidan to back to Blackrock, and then finally I'm on Emerald Dream. That was my retail journey. I went Horde for Double Agent when the BFA hit, and I stayed Horde. And I have been across something like 25 or 30 servers as the highest power there. Across all 30 servers, I was the highest power with the on the best server on the list is technically Frostmourne Oceanic. And Frostmourne, I was the top healer in Kill It Please. They took over top 10 in the world, and we pushed for full blown heroic rag first ever kill, but the Chinese beat us to it. And then it just went on from there. It was like Nerzol, Lightning Hoof. Frostmourne's the best server, but that's only because the Aussies have their entire culture based out of there, and I know because I ran with an Australian guild. There's a lot of history. I remember a lot of it. I was there across a lot of it. I went to a lot of servers. I chased a lot of cores of groups of people across a lot of different servers for a lot of different reasons. And I went to see all of it, sort of like Rust. And I gotta say, it's interesting to see where we used to be as to where we are now. There we go. Now I've got room for all this loot. I'm gonna go deposit this metal and this stone. Yeah, stone. I think I already did the stone. It's got 66 hours. Yeah, that's like the most I've seen on this server, I think, actually. Got 66 hours in this TC. I don't need to be back for, for a while. They can blow doors if they want to. I'll just build the same base again in 2 hours, and I'll get up again. And I'll just use my logic and my intelligence to spank the children without ever touching them, My logic and my experience, I will definitely punish these children for bullying me as long as they did, And I will make it very clear to them what it'll cost if they wish to continue this bent. Abuse is not okay, children. You must stop. Abuse is not okay. Ask your parents. Ask your mother. Abuse of any kind towards other human beings is absolutely unacceptable unless they did it to you first.
Subs, merch sales, and all of the golf charity money simply vanished.
If you're defending yourself, it's completely different. If you're actively out there seeking targets, you have become a loose, an exploding hand grenade who just never stops exploding, that just harms their community. And you must not go target people.
Company or his family just took the rest. And to this
you are a cyberbully.
Pattern of money vanishing continued from the years 2019 all the way through to 2022, a total of 4 years. And the money that went missing probably totaled several $100,000. But in 2023, after the public realized Gerard's family was stealing money, suddenly everything changed. In 2023, Indieland only raised $64,000 in donations through Tiltify. This is $50,000 less than in 2021. And yet magically,
The problem with nerds is they see a bad actor and they get obsessed and they sit there and they focus on him like D.B. Cooper or something like that for like 50 years. And they're like, I'm so much better than this nerd because I never ever like sacrificed any of my morals and I just stayed a white hat the entire life. And they just see somebody like this and their eyes go fucking red and then they just spend the rest of their life as some kind of cliche where they just try and keep fucking denigrating that person. And it's really weird. It's really weird.
23.
It's weird for Carl. It's starting to sound like an obsession, Carl. I'd drop it after this. I'm going to say it to him. Oh, never mind. He's close to the end. Never mind. I don't say anything. May you get what you seek. In your battle, may your days be long and your hardships few. Good hunting.
Was the Open Hand Foundation's best year ever, raising $20,000 more than they did in 2021. It is a miracle. By the grace of God, the Khalil family has finally learned how to properly report their income. It's amazing. We already knew that Gerard and his company were stealing money before, but this most recent accounting is just the nail in the coffin. It is so brazenly obvious that once they were exposed, they decided it would be unwise to continue skimming off the top. And as a result, despite last year being one of Indieland's worst performing years ever by far, the Open Hand Foundation was more profitable than it's ever been. Because it is funny thing about this form is that it shows the Open Hand Foundation is still holding on to $200,000. And this is before their 2024 golf charity event, where they would have collected even more in donations. Why are they still keeping this money? One thing I've come to realize is that while Gerard may have been very concerned with his public image, his family, specifically his brother and father, couldn't care less. This is why back in May they continued running their golf charity tournament as if nothing ever happened. If you look at the Open Hands website now, Indieland has been removed as one of the charity events, leaving only the golf tournament. And the golf event was never something that Gerard was a part of organizing. And it's why the Open Hand Foundation now feels comfortable going back to hoarding donations, because the public backlash that was originally directed at Gerard now has nowhere to go. When the Open Hand Foundation made their $600,000 donation after the story initially broke, they still had $200,000 sitting in the bank. And this is only from the reported income. As I said before, I suspect Gerard's family has siphoned hundreds of thousands of dollars out of the charity over the years. But I can't think of a single good reason why they still need to keep $200,000 in the bank.
Because lawyers.
Their expenses average around $10,000 to $15,000 per year, and literally the only purpose of the charity is to be a middleman between...
listening to the nerd nitpick is such a weird stereotypical thing. It's like this. I'm sorry, it's not stereotypical. It's idiosyncratic thing. You can hear this nerd trying to like rail at the fucking taxes of the criminal. You can hear it. This is the anger of a slighted nerd, and so they just point out all the factual things that they can point out about you, which is kind of funny. And at this point, it starts to look like a sick obsession.
Good Samaritans and charities that actually do dementia research. As I said before, the lack of filing to the IRS is a pretty good indication the charity is now under investigation, and I really do hope this is the case. But the IRS isn't the only thing Gerard now has to worry about, because Gerard's company, That One Video Entertainment, has just lost a huge lawsuit. That One Video Entertainment LLC is the company that Gerard created in 2012 that all of his business activities fall under, including all of his YouTube channels and his charity event, Indieland. I will be calling it TOVE for short. On Gerard's LinkedIn page, he states he is the owner, president, and CEO of TOVE. And in April of 2023, TOVE sued GTA Online's most well-known role-playing server, NoPixel. NoPixel is owned by Coil Content Creation Proprietary Limited, which was started by a fellow Aussie, Mitchell Clout, otherwise known online as Coil. If you follow The Completionist, but don't follow GTA Online role-playing, you've probably never heard of this lawsuit. And even if you have, you probably have the wrong idea about who is suing who. And that's because the reporting on this lawsuit has been abysmal and full of misinformation. It all started in May 2023, when a user posted the lawsuit to Reddit, claiming that DW was suing NoPixel. DW was a developer that worked for NoPixel for several years, but he and NoPixel's owner Coil had a falling out in December of 2022, and DW ended his relationship with the server. The day after this viral Reddit post, Dexerto signal boosted the story, with the headline, "Former GTA RP NoPixel server dev DW is suing owner Coil for considerable sum." However, this was all completely false. It wasn't DW that was suing NoPixel, it was the completionist company, TOVE. It literally says who the parties are on the first page of the lawsuit. I don't understand how everyone got this wrong. TOVE's lawsuit asserted that because DW developed some code for the NoPixel servers and DW was an employee of TOVE, this meant that TOVE owned the code that DW developed, and thus TOVE should own half of NoPixel. But this entire lawsuit was a shakedown and an extortion attempt from day one. It was all bullshit. We are talking Billy Mitchell levels of frivolous. Everything about this lawsuit was a lie, and it's going to take a separate and quite lengthy video to cover everything in detail. But if you thought that charity was the only scam that
I was scared this might have descended into some kind of crazy rat's nest of all this like fucked up shit, and I kind of thought it might, because once you catch one criminal, you catch them all, kind of. It's actually sort of true. Like, they all wheel and deal with each other, and they all see that there's some other human being there that's willing to, like, suspend the rules and break rules and all this, right? So they all start talking to each other, and they start looking for other people that are willing to push that boundary. And when they do, they all kind of sort of, like, implicate each other.
and his company were pulling, you couldn't be more wrong. Needless to say, this lawsuit never made it to trial. In October, the judge ruled in favor of NoPixel, and now NoPixel is seeking attorney's fees of $233,000, and they are probably going to get it. Unlike most other lawsuits in America, when you sue specifically for copyright infringement, it's actually built right into the statute that you can get attorney's fees if you win. And because Tove's lawsuit was so frivolous, and the judge didn't even see a need to go to trial before ruling in NoPixel's favor, Tove is probably going to have to pay up big time. As soon as the judge makes a ruling on the motion for attorney's fees...
I actually really like when Carl thinks something's funny, because it really reminds me of this old troll named Ken somebody or another. When Carl points out something, it's actually truly funny, because he doesn't really have a sense of humor, I don't think. So when he points out something really trolly, it's actually so funny. It is kind of funny what he's saying.
We'll do a full breakdown of this lawsuit.
This
really
lawsuit.
That Gerard's shady
this lawsuit's
behavior
so
surrounding
bad.
his charity was not
it's
an
so
isolated
bad.
event.
Fucking
Until
idiots.
then, thank you so much for watching, you legends.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
I will see you.
What did I say to him? I said, you know, may you get what you seek in the battle. May your days be long and your hardships few, Carl. Good hunting. You know what I'm saying?
The next video.
All right, our next case is case number 2023-0432, Mitchell versus Race.
Hello, you absolute legends. This is Billy Mitchell's lawyer, and these are the
I can't believe he got the inside view of all this corruption and bullshit. It's hilarious.
Billy is trying desperately to stop his ridiculous and frivolous lawsuit against the world's greatest Pac-Man player, David.
The world's greatest Pac-Man player. The meme just rolls. The meme just rolls. I'm the world's greatest Pac-Man player, as far as I'm concerned. I'm better at Pac-Man than Billy Mitchell. Shall we game it off to see? I'm better at Pac-Man than Billy Mitchell. For one thing, I'm a lot younger than him.
Being thrown out, and Billy is going to fail. Billy is famous for suing or threatening
I
to sue
challenge Billy Mitchell to a game of Pac-Man, and I guarantee I'll fucking slaughter him. I'll guarantee it, too. I'll buy me a case of Red Bull. I'll go goddamn, I don't know, 210 hours or something. I don't care. And I'll slaughter his ass and never die. I'll challenge Billy Mitchell to some fucking Pac-Man or some fucking joke-ass Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong doesn't make you worry about shitheads or swatting or anything like that. Donkey Kong doesn't make you worry about farming for 6,000 hours or anything like that. These little joke people who used to play those joke games that are jokey easy, I don't really respect them that much. I don't care how good you are at Donkey Kong. I'll fucking slaughter your ass if I put my mind to it. I don't care. I'll sit there and play Donkey Kong for 500 hours. I don't fucking care. I'm better at it than you. I know I am. I can see this face of yours and I know.
People who call him a cheater. Everyone already knows this.
Cheater? Cheating is just something that's ever come up in my lexicon. Not even in my personal relationships. Cheating is something I think is the purview of losers. Hacking and cheating is the purview of losers. If you have to cheat on your wife, you're an idiot who got in a bad marriage, and that makes you a loser. I know you don't want to hear that. It's the harshest thing anybody's ever said to a divorcee. But I mean, yeah, if you got in a failing fucking marriage like that, where that person just leaves you fucking stranded, you're the loser. You're the loser. You got into a marriage that you should have been a lot more careful about.
But defamation lawsuits aren't the only...
And so even when it comes to cheating, I'm like, no, I don't need to cheat to slaughter people like Billy Mitchell or Carl Jobs. For one thing, I'm a lot younger. Actually, Carl might be my age. I don't know.
Stupid lawsuits he's like.
With these old dinosaur fogies who were super good at the Nintendo Power 80s. I'm like, what, those joke-ass fucking cartridges that you can beat in 3 hours? Yeah, sure. I'm sure that's so hard that you need to build your life legacy off of it or whatever. But motherfucker, I have 10,000 hours on just the first quarter of the MMOs that I'm playing. 10,000 hours. I don't care about you. I've got 6,000 hours on Rust. I've got 5,000 hours on Eve, and I've got like 2,000 hours on New World or something like that, and it just goes on from there. I've got 10 to 20,000 hours on Final Fantasy 11. No, it's like 37 or something like that. 37,000, something like that, between the two versions of it, private and retail. You don't believe me? You think I'm kidding? You think I'm lying? No, shall we look at my playtime? Oh, 149 days on just this character I made last year. Sure, a bunch of it's AFK, but I mean, I'm here. I'm making money. I've got the Royal Cloak and the motherfucking Kraken Club that you don't have. I mean, I don't know. You could call it jacking off in AFK, or you could call it 149 days. Hello? Sorry, got a phone call. There we go.
To file, and Billy's lawsuit against David Race is arguably his dumbest ever. David Race back in April of 2021
David
because
Race?
David recorded phone calls between him
no,
and
he
Billy.
spied on him.
David wasn't recording these calls because he had some evil scheme to
No,
expose
no.
Billy at some point
No,
for
he
a
was
nefarious reason.
probably for some cancer reason, yeah.
He recorded them because he records all of his calls
Oh,
with
no.
everyone.
Oh,
David
yeah?
is a resident of Ohio,
Oh.
where you don't need the other person's consent to record your call.
Nope, you can just
what
do
David
that.
did was normal and legal where he
Yeah,
lives.
it is normal where he lives. He's like, yeah, I record all my phone calls because then we don't get in trouble. I wonder what the wiretapping laws...
In fact, when David recorded these calls, which occurred between 2018 and 2019, David and Billy were friends, and David was a vocal supporter of Billy. But it's
I gotta look at this later. I have an interesting idea.
At some point, after reviewing much of the evidence against Billy, David came to the rational conclusion that not only did Billy cheat, but Billy had been lying directly to him and using him as a pawn. After learning the truth that Billy is a
What's worse than being Billy Mitchell? Being Billy Mitchell's pawn. Being Billy Mitchell's pawn. What's worse than being Billy Mitchell? Being the stooge of Billy Mitchell.
con man, David then...
This is why I don't do anything anybody else says. I pretty much don't do anything that anybody wants except for the love of my life. That's it. Like if the love of my life wants something, I do it. Other than that, and my family, you know, but other than that, I'm like, nah, it probably just won't serve me in the end. That's my assumption about humanity, is if somebody wants something, it probably won't serve me in the end. You know, as shitty as that is, like, you know, it isn't always like that. Sometimes we do really help people, you know.
chose to help Twin Galaxies in their lawsuit against Billy by providing them with a recording of a
Twin
phone
Galaxies is suing Billy for destroying their name.
call showing that Billy was the type of
Fucking
person to
Billy
lie and
Mitchell.
trick people. Billy was pissed that David was now helping Twin Galaxies. So Billy did what Billy does when he is upset with someone.
He throws
sued
a
him.
man-child
Billy claims that what
tantrum
David-
and sues everybody because he thinks that lawyers terrify everybody. Lawyers are the one force in the fucking world that won't shoot you. Are you aware of that? I'd like to repeat this. It's a piece of life logic for those pieces of shit out there who think they can just litigiously solve all their problems like me. I think that the law can just solve all of my stalker problems, right? I'm an asshole, right? But I do believe this because they have violated the law like 3,000 times every time they show up, you know? And so it's kind of funny, but I do believe this, right? But lawyers are the one force in the world that won't fire a shot at you and kill you. They're the one force in the world. And this is, you know, this is some Skycat logic. But it's true. The one force in the fucking world that absolutely will not physically harm you are lawyers. They might take your freedom away and constrain you to a rape prison or some such, but they won't ever harm you physically. They'll never pull a trigger on a shot and kill you, nothing like that. So real men don't really fear lawyers if they're in the right, and they do if they're in the wrong. But I mean, lawyers don't really hurt you if you've not done anything wrong. Lawyers are not something to be feared. I fear a 12-year-old bully with a baseball bat more than I do the most successful lawyer on the Western Seaboard or whatever. I do. I respect the 12-year-old with a baseball bat more than I do a lawyer in terms of actual world-moving power that actually dictates how things go. Lawyers are specifically very, very weak. Their world, and they'll tell you first and forehand, they'll be the first ones to tell you, their world is the paperwork and the word. It is not a knife or a dagger or fistfights or army or war or anything like that. And so anybody threatening lawyer all the time, probably criminal, probably somebody who's really, really scared of lawyers. So when he threatens lawyers all the time, it's because it's the worst thing that he can imagine. But when it comes down to actual problems in this human realm, lawyers, yeah, they can fuck you in the ass and take all your money and screw your marriage or your job or your house if you're in the wrong, yeah. But I mean, if you're not in the wrong, lawyers aren't something to fear like Billy Mitchell tries to wield them, like some kind of like Magic the Gathering card, kind of like Disintegrate in the red. You guys remember Disintegrate, how really scary Disintegrate actually was? You're like, oh my god, this red player, he's got Disintegrate, MTG, Disintegrate, right? Disintegrate. This red player has Disintegrate, and it's not good because he's got like, you know, he's got a couple of shrines of Nyx, and he's got a couple of he's got a couple of sets of Mishra's factory and all the factory lands and all this, and he's got some extra mana and stuff, and we're all scared of the Disintegrate. The lawyer's power is Disintegrate, which is deal X damage to target creature or player. That X damage is what damage you did. If you did a lot of damage to people, then you're going to take that X amount of damage. The lawyer shows up and disintegrates you. And this is an apt picture. It's an apt picture for what I'm talking about. It absolutely is. Open the image in a new tab and really look at it and stuff, right? So I'm going to return the tab so I can really see this. This image is what I consider lawyering. This is what a lawyer does to you. It does X damage to you. Whatever the X damage is whatever you did to somebody else. And this is why the whole world fucking fears lawyers. But when you really think about lawyers, like really think about them, they're just the people that actually get revenge. That's it. They can't kill you, so they sue you, and they use a process of law. And they get from you what they wanted without ever hurting you. Lawyers are not something to fear. Breaking the law is something to fear. Billy Mitchell threatens with lawyers because the worst thing that Billy Mitchell can imagine is a lawyer, because Billy Mitchell is a criminal and he has lied all of his life, and he knows that the right lawyer can sink him for like, you know, $100 million or something like that. And so he knows. He's very aware of what might happen. Billy Mitchell is living off a crappy fucking cheap pizza from Ralph's and stuff like that. I guarantee it, because all of his money's gone paying lawyer bills and all this. So the worst thing that Billy Mitchell can imagine is a lawyer, right? But honestly, lawyers, if you were a good person Lawyers are not something you should fear. Lawyers are the people who come in like the angels afterwards, who mete out God's justice and make sure that that woman isn't raped again, or that Billy Mitchell doesn't steal again, or that I don't sell drugs again, or anything like that. The lawyers are not really evil. They're not something to fear. And when bad men use them like some kind of hatchet, like they wield it like a hatchet man, you know? And they're like, oh, I'm going to use this lawfare. But if you're a good person, you have nothing to fear from lawyers. It is a beautiful truth about this world. If you've not done anything wrong, you have nothing to fear from lawyers. They're not some guillotine. They're just the justice that mankind deserves.
If it did was illegal because Billy lives in Florida, where you do need consent to record calls. But that's just not how it works. It doesn't matter where Billy lives, it matters where David lives. And where David lives, it's totally legal.
Yeah, where David lives, it's totally legal for him to record all of his conversations. So when I'm on a phone, I conduct myself like a fucking African prince. And not like some scam artist thing. I'm talking about like, you know, coming to America style African prince who's like really scared of offending the Americans or the lawyers or anything like that. Like, you know, like I really...
The court agreed.
When I violate the law, there has to be some kind of monetary fucking payoff that's really clean and really unlikely for me to ever be caught. Otherwise, I just won't do it. And I didn't get caught for almost anything that I did. I have a rap sheet a mile long, but I would say of the probably 14,000 crimes that I committed, I've been prosecuted for 30 or whatever it's at. It's some uncountable number. I was held accountable for 0.001% of my crime.
In March of 20...
And we're long past the system was so mean to me, and they hurt me because they knew this stuff. And the system was so mean to me that we're long past the statute of limitations on anything that I did. I faced 7 years against the system, and I fought them tooth and nail with all of my family, all of my money, all of my heart and soul.
2023...
I won too. I walked away with nothing. Nothing at all. Not a single day in county jail beyond that which was given to me that I shouldn't have had. I faced 14 days in county jail, but at the end of it, I got an apology. They're like, you don't belong here. And I was like, yeah, I went up for shoplifting. Why did you put me in jail with all these rapists and murderers? I'm up for shoplifting. And they're like, we don't know, but we're going to drop this. And I was like, yeah, you better fucking drop this. You kind of tried to kill me. You're lucky I don't show up and slash your throat while you're fucking sleeping, you piece of shit traitor. And I don't say this, but I think it. When they try to destroy me like that, they try to fuck me over something and try to ruin my life or something like that, I think it. I don't say it, and I don't ever do it, but I think you're lucky I didn't show up in your fucking house and slit your fucking throat for what you tried to do to me. Just as some kind of incompetence in the system. Just your incompetence in the system makes me want to slice your throat when you're sleeping. So when I saw that anger, I just stopped violating the law. I just stopped violating the law. I was like, it's not, there's no money or pussy or anything in the land that's worth violating the law. Going against these pieces of shit and their lawyers? No, there's nothing in the world that's worth going against the law. Nothing in the world. It could be that pile of money that Heisenberg and Jesse roll with. Heisenberg's stack of cash, right? We all think of this as Heisenberg's stack of cash. I can't pull the video without violating DMCA, but we've all seen this before. You've all seen this image before, right? You took the money. I didn't. You fucked me over something and gave me 7 false assault charges for no reason. I didn't. You're guilty. You took this money. You're guilty. You fucked me. And so all I did was try to get the system out of my life however the fuck possible. I bribed, I cajoled. I brought elderly women into it who wielded their fucking opinion to everybody in the court. I brought every weapon that I knew to fight the system where it stands right now today about 5 years ago. The system is the worst thing in the fucking world, hands down. Hands down. If you take the money, you deserve the system. If you don't take the money, you don't deserve the system. I didn't take the fucking money. I paid re-up with the money that I made, And I gave drugs to a bunch, and I sold drugs to a bunch of people. Ooh, there's somebody here. We all know that sound, right? It's the sound of a shithead. Let's go kill the only other person here. Where is he right now? He's at the door. Okay. I'm not going out the fucking door. Oh, it's a scarecrow. Very good. Very good. Okay, I kill you, scarecrow. I thought it was a player. Very good. It's good when it's not, you know? But, I mean, there's no difference between the player and the scarecrow. There's no difference. I dreamt them up. I made them up, and that's that. I dreamt these things up. I dreamt up my own problems. See it? There's no difference between the scarecrow and the player. I dreamt up my problems. Maybe we're good dreamers. I dreamt up all my problems. I dreamt losing everything that I've ever owned. Oh no, now I have to like go out there and I don't want to. There's another scarecrow, huh? Fucking annoying. I have to like elude him. No, there's no scarecrow. There's my scarecrow, but he's somewhere else. Yeah. There he is. Ugh, why can't I reload? Get away. Die, scarecrow. I'm like Batman in this bitch. I was like, you know that sound. It's somebody who's real. The scarecrow was real, but only because I dreamt him up. Famed Pac-Man gamer loses bid to bring secret recording claims.
Literally saying that what David did was legal and that Billy's lawsuit was offensive. But Billy's crusade against David knew no bounds. And he took it all the way to the Supreme Court of Florida, where
the
finally,
Supreme Court of Florida,
2024,
where he realized that he's in Florida, in the Florida Supreme Court, and immediately realized that he lost this case when he entered the Florida Supreme Court. This is what happens to smart people. They realize that they're in a court of law, and they're like, oh no, I've lost. Billy's not smart, so he just kept pushing for more lawyers and more problems and all this. But any smart person is like, oh no, I'm in a courtroom, I've lost, right? Any smart person is like, nope, courtroom means you've lost, right? I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back. Ah, much better. I'm gonna drink more beer. Yeah! Out one hole, into the other. Out one hole, into the other. Out one hole, into the other. Yeah.
Agreed that the lawsuit is to be thrown out for good. In this video, we will take a quick
In this video, we will look at all the crazy people that have lined up for the Crazy Fest, and they're all high on the crazy powder and crazy.
Recent failed attempt to sue an innocent person.
The crazy powder is money and lawsuits.
Really hope you enjoy.
It's not drugs like normal people. It's money and lawsuits like freaks. Only freaks like money and lawsuits.
Now, Legends, it's Christmas time.
No, Legends, you sound like you know who you sound like. When you call me Legends, I think of Dr. Disrespect calling me Champ, and I really don't like how you call me Legends all the time.
I mean, what better way to spoil...
You know, I believe I did meet Carl Jobs one time because he called me Legend a bunch of times.
...yourself or someone you love than with a
God damn it.
beautiful poster from...
I swear to God, I wonder if he's an Australian who was in my guild. But I knew a guy who used to call people legends way back in like 2008 or something like that. And I wonder if it was the same dude. It might be.
Displayed.
I want to ask him, were you ever in Kill It, or well, it wouldn't be Kill It Please, it would be Fallen Chapter. Were you ever in Fallen Chapter, Carl?
Office metal posters that not only look amazing, but are also very...
Because you sound like somebody that I know.
...durable and easy to install using their magnet mounting system. Not only does this avoid...
Not everybody is legends. Legends are somebody who stand out. Maybe 1 in 100 million. A legend is somebody who's 1 in 100 million. It's a word that's thrown around way too much. You know? A legend's story transcends their life.
Damaging your walls, but it also means you can quickly swap them around whenever...
I really don't like Game of Thrones. Why would you besmirch your wall like that? What the fuck? You weird person. That's all I have to say. Girl repellent. They're not aware at all. They're not aware of the girl repellent. I have to tell them. It's sad. I'm a man, and I know more about this than these men do, but I mean, like, really, that girl repellent, not too good of a look. Yeah, I would say you couldn't pay me to look like that. I will not adorn my fucking walls of my house like I'm a 14-year-old child. Just saying.
You want. I think if you love a game or a story, you should celebrate it with a
I think so, yeah.
gorgeous piece of art.
Sure.
Artwork. Displate offers officially licensed designs from all of your favorite game, TV, and movie franchises. These artworks are just incredible, and there are more than 2 million to choose from. If you don't have Displate posters on your walls, you are missing out big time. Displate ships very quickly all around the world. I live all the way out in Australia, and I get mine in around 3 or 4 days, which is insane. And of course, Displate is offering an amazing discount for Christmas, so just click the link in the description or use code Carl at checkout to get up to 26% off your order. Please click the link and grab a Displate today. First, I want to give you a quick update on what's happening with my own lawsuit against Billy. As many of you know, in September and October, I went to trial because of Billy's defamation lawsuit against me. I've had a lot of people ask me what's going on, and if there has been a decision.
You got sucked down to his level, you mean?
So let me
This is what happens when a couple of dudes fight it out in the community. Everybody hates both of them.
Explain the process. My trial will be decided by a judge, and these decisions take time. It's not as simple as the...
You seem to really want to put Billy in jail, but isn't he an over-the-hill nerd who doesn't really harm anybody? I mean, he's an over-the-hill nerd who's just crazy, and you kept falling for the fantasy or whatever it is. But when you come down to it, is he not just sort of a harmless nerd who liked arcade games? You seem to act like he's this murderer rapist because you know that you're getting hits, but I don't know. Billy Mitchell is like that bad, man. Like in terms of like the world, Billy Mitchell is not that bad of a man. I'm not trying to defend him in any way or form. I'm saying that when you weigh him in terms of say like the average, you know, oh, I'm out of water. No, I'm not out of water. I'm looking around, I guess. Yeah, no, there we go. There we go. When you look at him in terms of all the bad men in the world right now, you seem to act like Billy Mitchell is this person that needs to be fucking crucified, like Jesus or something like that. But what did he do? He like played an arcade game on an emulator. We all play arcade games on emulators. I'm not defending him. I'm saying, why do... now, he said that he was the best in the world. We should crucify him for that because he's not. He's absolutely the fuck not. But I mean, like, in terms of bad men in the world, is lying about the arcade championship this thing where you need to, like, take his freedom away? Probably not. And that's how a judge is going to look at it, too. I guarantee it. Same as the district attorney, same as everybody. They see that you guys need to have your battle, and I get it. But they aren't looking at Billy the way that you're looking at Billy. I can't seem to sprint. Oh no, you can't sprint all the time. Wait, what's sprint? There's no sprint button in this game anymore? Or what? Like, why am I moving all slow? No, there it is. You were just screwed up or something like that. Yeah, there is no sprint in this game. There's a walk, but there's no sprint in this game anymore, I don't think. Do I have rads? Yeah, I think I've got rad protection. He said there was a recycler over here. I want to figure out where it is. We're going to listen to the video.
Judge just saying who won. As part of the decision process, they need to draft an extremely long and in-depth opinion about everything that happened during trial. This involves talking about all of the witnesses, all of the evidence given, all of the existing case law, and much more. And because my trial was relatively long, this decision is also going to be really long and involved. This takes time, and we will probably be waiting months for the judge to come back with his decision. And I don't know what that decision is going to be. During trial, Billy lied a lot, and ultimately what this will come down to is whether or not the judge believes anything Billy says. I think we made it pretty clear that Billy is a liar, but we're obviously biased, so who knows what the judge is thinking. Whatever the decision is, you will know as soon as it comes out. Even though many people who've read about my trial say they think I will win, I am keeping myself very humble. For my own mental health, I have already accepted the worst case scenario. I am already psychologically prepared to lose. I think the worst thing that could happen is I get my hopes up, think I'm definitely going to win, and then end up losing. I'd rather assume I've already lost, deal with the grief early, and then hopefully be pleasantly surprised by a positive result. Either way, it won't affect this channel, and I hope that if I do lose, I will still have your support. Recording a phone call without consent is legal in Ohio. It's important to know this context at the outset, because for the past 3 years, Billy Mitchell has put an innocent man through hell with this vindictive lawsuit. Until you've been sued yourself, it's honestly hard to appreciate just how destructive a lawsuit can be to someone's life. So while many of you obviously accept that suing an innocent person is morally wrong, the full extent of just how bad an action this is won't truly be understood by many people. And I do hope that Billy Billy's actions result in him being further ostracized from the gaming community.
I do hope.
Because he didn't just sue anyone. He sued the best
You
Pac-Man
really
player
hate Billy Mitchell, but you can't see it. We've seen nerd rages like this for like 30 years. We have a word for it. It's called nerd rage. You want to nerd rage at Billy Mitchell, but most people don't care that Billy Mitchell exists, and you must remember that. You've self-imported your beefs with people to point out something that just isn't really that real. Nobody really cares about Billy Mitchell. Nobody really cares about Billy Mitchell. This, in the same way that you might make mistakes, he made mistakes. But he was still a cult of personality, so he passed the test and he ran all these years and all this. And like, you can't really fight with people after like 50 years after the fact. It's just, you know, he took that crown, he walked with it for 30 years. Yeah, he's a bad actor, and it's good to cleanse the world of this lie. But it's also like, if you're witch hunting, there's way worse witches in the world than Billy Mitchell. You seem to really not like this bad actor in the speedrunner scene or the, you know, the arcade perfection scene. I worry about African warlords turning young people into slaves, using them as like heroin mules, and then trading their freedom for their butthole. And I don't know, like, I worry about things that are way darker than Billy Mitchell. The amount of energy that you put into this is not very creditable to you, Carl.
Ever. Billy always claims that he wants to champion video game competition, and that he is some shining beacon for the community, like he says in this clip here.
Carl Jobs is a shining beacon of the community. Billy is a cheater. Fuck him. He's a McCant. Do you know what a McCant is? It's the Christopher McCant. Do you know who Christopher McCant is? He's a Rust cheater. And he went up against Komomo and he fucking lost. And I can type McCant into the fucking thing, and I'm gonna go get McCant, who's like a McCant, right, in Rust. Sorry, well, I mean, when you McCant from Rust, right? Yeah. It's McCant. Yeah, he's been cleansed from the community. All of his videos, everything. Yeah, he's cleansed. This guy's completely gone. There isn't a hint. No, wait. No. Yeah, there's no hint of this guy. Christopher McCant, right? Yeah. The name stuck out for me because he was a Rust cheater who got away with it for like 7 years or something like that. Christopher McCant on Rust, right? Oh, was it Christopher McCant? I think it was. It was like a really memorable name, and I was like, McCant. Nope. See, he's been cleansed from the community. You can't even find him anymore. And I think of cheaters as McCants, right? Yep. And so his streamer name was McCant. And I'm like, God damn it, if you're streaming, you should definitely not be cheating.
If I have achieved all that I could in the gaming world, I need to now push and advocate for competitive gaming, the players.
Your American bow tie makes you a fucking clown shoes, just like your fucking Trumper leader. You can't see it because you're a bunch of white, rich gas bags who lied and cheated their way to the fucking top. But you can't see how bad it is to actually fucking identify as a Trumper. You can't see it. It's like, it's the same thing as being a felon.
The notoriety, the recognition, and all that they deserve.
But ironically, he is literally the worst thing to ever happen to video game high score competition. I mean, just his cheating alone would have been bad enough to solidify him as one of the most destructive figures in gaming history. But to go after so many fellow gamers who rightfully call out his cheating is even worse. Billy clearly does not care about the gaming community, because his actions towards other gamers are just evil. When you sue someone, one of the first things the court must establish is if it even has personal jurisdiction over the defendant. In this case, Billy, a Florida resident, sued David, an Ohio resident, and he sued him in a Florida court. And it's up to Billy to argue why Florida can dictate what laws and David should obey.
He won't
the
win.
The reality in this case is that Florida doesn't have jurisdiction over David.
And it
if
doesn't
David
matter.
owned property in Florida or conducted business in Florida...
I love how Carl breaks it down like a lawyer, better than the lawyers do in the court. But we should all understand why these people lose is because they violate the fucking law. The law is the only thing between them and us and victimhood. The only thing between the criminals turning us all into victims is the law. And so Carl knew the law, so did I. That guy, he can record his conversations in Ohio. He can do that. He can use it to sink you, too. I'm tempted to do it to the people that are trying to fucking take advantage of my parents, you know? Fucking actually catch them in the act. Might be kind of fun. Sue them. It's a lot of work that you don't want to do, but it might be fun to sue them. I don't think you can. Or we would have heard a lot more about it, but, you know.
It would be different, but neither of these things are true. David really doesn't have any contact with Florida at all.
No, these guys are video game losers. They play video games like me, like probably 100 hours a week, and they play 400 hours a month because that's what they're famous for. That's what they do. They're not thinking about some lawsuit. They're not thinking about fucking Carl Jobst or how much money Carl Jobst makes or anything like that. They're thinking about the little brief amount of time when they're not on a video game where somebody from the real world hassles them. And that's something that, you know, needs to be said about this entire situation too, is a lot of us sort of discount the real world as this place that happens when we're not playing video games that we shouldn't care about. And I think Billy's attitude is probably about the same as that, really. He doesn't care what you do. So when you land on this box, you're going to eat a shotgun trap, point blank. Do you see it? I want you to understand what's going to happen to you as it happens to you. When you land on this box, you're going to eat the shotgun trap, and you're going to die a lot. Unless you get a rocket on this fucking zombie server. You can't get a rocket on this zombie server. So I'm going to sit inside, and I'm going to be smarter than you. I'm going to do better than you. I'm going to do better than you. I'm going to take the queen. I'm going to take the prize. I'm going to win this chess game of life. And you're going to sit there and you're going to be like, God damn it. He warned me about this and I fell for it. Yeah, I mean, I'm warning you about this right now. That shotgun trap is a problem for you. If you don't know it, then you're bad at Rust. That shotgun trap is a real problem for you. Now you need a rocket launcher, because you're either going to have to dump like 26 goddamn satchels down the fucking well to get past door number two. Door number 2. You know what I'm saying? And like, this is why we do shit like this. We've been doing shit like this against pieces of shit like you since Rust started, you know? I've been doing this way too long. So understand, like, you know, when you run into this problem, you'll remember what I said. I won't even put a lot of ammo in it, like the bads that, you know, that do that sort of thing. 60 rounds is enough, you know. By the time you clear all this and you do the run back, by the time you waste all the time that it takes to do this raid, you'll have wasted so much time that I win. And that's the main thing. We're going to get off this game now. I win. Goodbye.
He had with Florida is the fact that he occasionally spoke with Billy, and Billy lives there. But just having conversations with people who live in a particular state isn't enough to give that state jurisdiction over you. And this is why in March of 2023, the District Court of Appeal dismissed the lawsuit. And in their opinion, they made it very clear that what David did was perfectly legal, and that any action brought against him in Florida would be unjust. They said, it is significant that the conduct that offends the Florida plaintiff, the recording of phone calls without his consent, is not illegal in Ohio, where the calls were recorded. The recording of the calls is not malum in se, a wrong or evil in itself that is prohibited everywhere. Where a defendant legally records a phone conversation in his home state and has no other significant contacts with Florida, it offends traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice to require him to appear in Florida to defend against a lawsuit for an alleged violation of the Florida Security of Communications Act. We therefore reverse and remand to the Circuit Court with directions to enter an order dismissing the case for lack of personal jurisdiction. This opinion was written by Judge Gross and was signed off on by the Chief Judge Mark Klingensmith. Now you would think that having the Chief Judge of the District Court of Appeal tell you that this lawsuit is offensive would perhaps give Billy some pause to reflect and reconsider his legal vendetta. But no, he continued pushing and took it all the way to the Supreme Court of Florida. In May of 2024, Billy's lawyer stood in front of the justices and tried to argue that Florida should have jurisdiction. But his arguments were bizarre. For example, one of his arguments related to the fact that David posted on his Facebook account that it was illegal to record calls without consent in Florida. And because David knew it was illegal in Florida, this is supposed to mean that he shouldn't have done it in Ohio.
Correct. So, I understand that there's a sense in which this is some murky thing about where is the conversation occurring. And
No, there's no murky thing about this. That guy can record the conversation legally. There's no murkiness. There's no question. The judge is like, you're a moron if I have to explain this to you twice, but there's no murkiness. That guy can record the conversation. There's not been murkiness about this since 1973. It's been 50 years and the judge is tired of your argument. He's like, what are you talking about? For 50 years, it's been like that. What are you talking about?
everything. But if the whole point of all this personal jurisdiction stuff is to focus on what the defendant is doing and the connection between what the defendant does and the form. I mean, everything the defendant did, the recording, the speaking, I mean, it was all in Ohio. In what state was he in?
Ohio. Yeah. That is correct. He was physically located in Ohio, according to his affidavit.
Yeah, and so the laws of Ohio apply, piece of shit lawyer. You've lost this.
1 second. Just as
Yep. You don't win this, and you're stammering now.
you raised a point about whether or not the defendant knew my client was in Florida. He did subsequently post on Facebook that he went to justia.com and copied Florida statutes for the chapter 934 and copied it on there and said,
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He can record the conversation. Billy got caught red-handed. Billy's a criminal.
Florida to record a phone call unless all parties give consent. I'm paraphrasing.
Billy's on the corner with the crystal meth. Go Billy! Crystal meth. You know what I'm saying? Like, Billy's on the corner with the crystal meth. He's still a criminal.
About that as well, but I think
Billy's on the corner with the crystal meth. Yeah, he is. He's on the corner with the crystal meth. He's guilty. He's guilty. I want to say this. Billy's on the corner with the crystal meth. I really feel this.
the Chief's question.
This argument is of course irrelevant, because David lives in Ohio, and was in Ohio at the time. But this is just
Go Billy.
what Billy's lawyers love to do. They throw out nonsensical arguments hoping to confuse the situation. Billy's lawyer honestly looked like a bumbling buffoon when he was trying to explain why Florida should have jurisdiction.
All right. The answer is yes. He was located in Ohio at the time. But for the purposes of committing a tort in Florida under the long-arm statute, if an intercept, and there's no reason to depart from Mozo in this particular instance.
This guy's worried
Since
about a
intercept-
tort lawsuit for all of the gamers who were lied to, and he's like trying to keep his client from facing that as well. All the people who were lied to, and he's like, as to a tort lawsuit, there's nothing here.
Means that he intercepted the call. Let's write that. Since
Is it weird that I don't care about Avatar The Last Airbender, particularly because there's been so many people who tried to get me to care about Avatar The Last Airbender that I just don't want that dick shoved down my fucking throat, and I don't think Avatar The Last Airbender is as cool as you think it is. It's worse than Star Wars. I've had Avatar shoved down my throat worse than Star Wars. Absolutely. Right here, you can see an example of it. This cartoon from 2003, it was a good cartoon. I've seen it. It's great. Good cartoon. I don't need you to dredge this up in 2025 and force that Avatar dick down my fucking throat. I don't want your Avatar anymore. You have ruined the name. I'm sorry, but that's what you do to IPs. You ruin them. Motherfucker, I am a 45-year-old man. You understand? 45 years old. I'm not, but I mean, let's just say that I'm 45, right? It's about right. I'm 45 years old. If you dredge up some fucking cartoon from when I was 17 anymore, as advertisers, if you drag something up from my childhood again, I'm never going to trust you again. I'm just going to be like, Avatar is worthless because they're using it to try to get my money. Breaking Bad is worthless because they used it to try to get my money. Halloween is worthless. They used it to try to get my money. The remake of Silent Hill 2 is worthless because they used it to try to get my money. All the stuff, you don't really see the damage that you're doing to your IPs, and you must stop. You have killed these IPs. You have killed Star Wars. You have killed Avatar. You have killed... Marvel, you've killed DC. I don't like Batman anymore. I can't believe what you piece of shit fucking assholes actually did to me. I don't like Batman anymore. I could never sit through Batman anything ever again. There is such a thing as too much of something.
Excuse me.
You guys need to make your new IPs. You really do. You need to make new IPs. You got to make new IPs. You can't just ride on what your grandfather did for 100 years. You need to actually fucking make something cool. You're too scared to take the shot. I don't really understand that. You have all the money and all the AI and all the software of the world, and you're too scared to take the shot to make something new? I don't really understand that. Why you dredge up some cartoon from my 17-year-old youth so that you can poison a new generation or whatever is beyond me. You can cash in on that fucking name like Borderlands or whatever. You just need to cash in on that fucking name. I don't care about you selling your reputation from 25 years ago. I care that you poison something that I really used to like, you know? I used to really like Batman. So you guys got a hold of it. Now I don't give a shit about Batman. I don't give a shit about Dune. I don't give a shit about fucking Star Wars. I don't give a shit about fucking Marvel. I don't give a shit about DC. I don't give a shit about Spider-Man. I don't give a shit about these played out Game of Thrones, Walking Dead. I don't give a shit about these fucking gigantic quadruple anus fucking failures anymore. I don't care. I don't give a shit about fucking Game of Thrones, dude, and Elden Ring. I don't give a shit about what you thought was cool when you were a nerd when you were 17 years old. I don't like LOTR anymore. You have ruined IPs because you raped them to death. LOTR is so close to death. Don't touch LOTR ever again. Oh, what? I don't give a shit about South Park. I don't give a shit about Simpsons. I care about the critic because the critic was never harmed by anybody. Didn't get a movie or anything like that. Your fucking marketing has destroyed the IPs that I grew up with, and I don't even value Harry Potter anymore. It's the actual fucking reality of it. I don't value Harry Potter anymore. You shat all over it. It was good. The movies were good. That was it.
where my client spoke means that the call was intercepted in Florida. In other words, under Mozo and under France and under the definitions of oral communication and other definitions in the statutes, basically Grace intercepted the calls in Florida. It was enough to commit a tortious act in Florida. It is enough to state that the tort as alleged occurred in Florida, which is really all you need for 1B jurisdiction, or 1A2, excuse me. So.
In the end, the justices were not convinced and ended up discharging jurisdiction, which means that they didn't make a decision either way and accepted the decision made by the District Court of Appeal. The Supreme Court opinion stated, in the end, while this case presents many interesting issues, we conclude those issues are largely academic in the context of the unique procedural history of this case. As a result, we exercise our discretion, discharge jurisdiction, and dismiss this proceeding.
Please stop!
That's it. It's over.
Please stop.
After 3.5 years, David Ray
Please
has
let me
finally
move.
won for good. For the past 3 years, I have heard Billy claim over and over that David illegally recorded his calls. He even declared this in his other lawsuits.
Why are you suing Mr. Riggs?
I'm suing him because he illegally recorded 27 phone calls between he and I.
But this was never true. It was always a lie. Perhaps now Billy will stop repeating this lie, but I'm really not getting my hopes up. Billy will of course try to sweep this under the rug, just like he always does when he loses a lawsuit. Don't expect an apology from Billy or an admission that this lawsuit was wrongly filed. In fact, if Billy had his way, he would never comment on this again, and everyone would simply forget it ever happened. That's what Billy wants. But I'm sorry, I just can't let that happen. On a more positive note, it really seems like Billy's legal crusade is coming to an end. All of his lawsuits have either been dismissed or settled. Note that Billy has never ever actually won. The only lawsuit Billy has remaining is the one against me. Am I really going to be the only person Billy wins against? Oh boy, wouldn't that just be hilarious. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
I went to the front lines of the war in Ukraine, but to be more precise, I actually went to the front lines inside Russia, because I crossed over the international border into the Kursk incursion, which is one of the most dangerous 800 square kilometers in the world.
We're in Kursk right now in Russia. This is also where over 10,000 North Korean soldiers are stationed, some 40,000 Russian soldiers. This is the direction where Americans just recently approved ATACMS missiles to be fired here.
If you're not aware, in August 2024, Ukraine shocked the world with a surprise invasion, where they captured a chunk of Russian territory that they've been battling to hold on to ever since. The stakes couldn't be higher for Ukrainian forces, who are hoping to use this land as a bargaining chip in future peace negotiations. Meanwhile, Russia's throwing everything they have at them to deprive them of this leverage. Ukrainian forces have withdrawn from roughly 40% of the territory that they once held in August, from 1,250 kilometers down to about 800 kilometers today. My mission is to speak directly with Ukrainian soldiers to find out what it's really like to operate deep inside enemy territory, to interview Russian civilians who are now grappling with the shocking reality of the conflict arriving at their own doorstep.
How has the Ukrainian military treated you?
We'll also hear from a high-ranking Ukrainian government official about the geopolitics of the war, and to find out with my own two eyes what's really happening on the ground. If this is your first time watching the channel, welcome. My name is Chris Cappy. I'm your average infantryman. I was a lower enlisted, regular old 19-year-old grunt in the U.S. Army when I deployed to Iraq. This is my first time back in a war zone in over 15 years. On a personal level, this report is kind of my attempt to find closure with my own complicated relationship with war, which left me questioning my role in the conflict. So while I've been away in Ukraine, my team and I still manage to post a new video each week. And the only way I could accomplish this is thanks to Odoo, which is the best all-in-one business management software. It's a must-have for any upstart entrepreneur who's trying to build out a small business while juggling a million different things. Odoo helped me tackle tons of dry, menial, managerial tasks like dealing with expenses and reporting while I was away. All the stuff that takes valuable time away from the creative part of YouTube that I love doing. Odoo does this by using their suite of more than 45 easy-to-use applications that touch on everything from invoicing and sales to inventory and website creation. It uses built-in features like AI integration and Smart Button, which is my favorite feature. It lets you gain quick insights without having to navigate away from your current view. And the best part is you get your first Odoo application for free for life. That includes hosting and support, and I can confirm that once you see how much time Odoo saves you, you'll want to get more and to make your job even easier. If you want to supercharge your productivity so you can focus on the parts of your business that you love, click the link in the description or the pinned comment below the video to create your free database today. Even just my journey to Russia was eye-opening to me in terms of the logistics and just seeing how the sausage was made. We met early in the morning on the side of the road in the closest Ukrainian city of Sumy. We would travel in a Canadian-provided Senator armored vehicle, which was a blessing and a curse at the same time.
What?
It's more protected, but anything worth more than like $15,000 is a magnet for explosive drone attacks, or so I'm told.
Armored vehicles are number one aim.
High value target.
Yeah.
The operation that they have here is insane. Just seeing the amount of material and manpower that they're pumping into this region is very impressive.
From what I observed, is that for as far as the eye can see, logistics trucks carrying fuel, water, food, ammunition, and troops into the fight 24/7 day and night. I was surprised to see that about 70% of the logistics vehicles I observed in the Kursk direction are a hodgepodge of repurposed civilian cars and trucks. They often repainted them matte green and slapped a few triangle symbols onto them to show that they're military related. We drove from Sumy towards Kursk, which is roughly 60 kilometers away. We set off along the same exact supply route that sustains troops at the front. There's only one way in and out of Kursk, and there's a choke point that's been zeroed in by Russian artillery fire.
The enemy made more than 13,000.
Oh, I know by now a few of you people have watched a interesting video.
I'm sorry, I pressed my keyboard by mistake, so it executed 57 commands and moved my video forward. Terribly sorry. Piece of shit developers should be fired. Terribly sorry. Piece of shit developers at YouTube should be fired. I pressed one button and it skipped me forward 2 videos and moved me 15 seconds into the next one.
We set off along the same exact supply route that sustains troops at the front. There's only one way in and out of Kursk, and there's a choke point that's been zeroed in by Russian artillery fire.
The enemy made more than 13,000 cells in this area, so this is just a...
So we're crossing over into the Russian territory?
Yeah. Already Russian territory.
We just crossed the border into Russian territory. We're in Kursk now. And this is, I think, one of the more dangerous parts of the trip, going to Suja.
We were now well within Russian artillery and FPV drone range, and this section, this choke point, entering their country was a main target for strikes.
This is my first time in Russia. Probably one of my last times in Russia, because I don't think that they're going to let me into Moscow after this.
I was warned by Ukrainian officials that by choosing to report from inside Russian territory, I'd now be put on a list by the Kremlin and potentially arrested if I ever travel to a country that's friendly to them. I was advised to not go to Venezuela or Uzbekistan anytime soon. This was an intimidation tactic to make journalists think twice about drawing attention to a part of the war that's seen as kind of embarrassing for Russia.
Are we getting out now?
Thank you, Anna.
Nice to meet you.
The artillery fire is very close. Their position's got to be within 50 meters of here. I could see how the Russian civilians were desensitized to violence. They didn't even react to the artillery rounds. Although I'll admit I was a little bit rusty and it did scare the fuck out of me.
Can I ask you, do you have everything you need? Do you have food? Do you have water?
Medicines are needed. My wife is diabetic. She needs medicine. Well, there is food left. We bring water from the well.
Yeah, they have food, they have water.
How has the Ukrainian military treated you?
It's normal. The guys are normal. Well, they don't touch us.
Now everything is fine. The guys are not aggressive.
Pay close attention to what the Russian civilians' reaction is to this explosive drone flying overhead.
Is that friendly or
They're not even fazed by it. While we were speaking with the Russian civilians, I could hear Grad rockets impacting a couple hundred meters away.
Out of piss.
Just an everyday reality they live with.
How much food did Russia bring? How much insulin did Putin give you? How many candles, matches? How much did he give you?
I'm telling you again, if Russia would come here, it would provide assistance. But Russia is not here.
So aviation bombs, I think the CAB 500 or one of those aerial bombs came through here and just blew up a number of these buildings. Russian aviation bombs did this to get their own residential areas here in Kursk.
The night before, a Russian jet had dropped several Fab 250 bombs, devices with an explosive weight of 100 kilograms, capable of leveling light fortifications within a 120-meter radius. Standing amidst the devastation, I could see the grim accuracy of those numbers.
Buildings are still on fire from last night. After the bombs hit, one of them landed right in the middle of the street. This area you can't really go through here. Russian CAB 500.
Good shit.
Fab.
Good shit. Thank you.
I gathered that the point the Ukrainian officials were trying to make was pretty clear. Russia indiscriminately bombs and destroys their own towns. However, I'd been on other parts of the front line and seen Ukrainian artillery and drones destroy their own homes, Ukrainian homes, in territory occupied by Russia, so that point didn't really resonate.
Фактично кожного дня, але залежить від погоди.
These bombs can be dropped from 80 kilometers away, almost outside air defense range, and then drones can do instant battle damage assessment. When I deployed to Iraq, I never once had to worry about an enemy plane dropping bombs on me. I understood just for a second what it must have been like to fight against me in Iraq. We were in Suja, about a mile and a half from the closest Russian infantry positions. We were surrounded on all three
Men
sides.
and their war! Oh, you and your war!
Russian positions.
I'm here with the 47th Brigade. We're at where they've left their vehicle.
47th Brigade!
To battle in Kursk, and we're going to talk with them
Kursk!
about some of their operations. How
Mud. Talk about the mud. Talk about the rain. Talk about the fucking problems.
I can't say where we are.
We're gonna win. We're gonna win.
This location because this is where they infill to Kursk from, but we can say that this is where they come to do some routine repairs.
Gonna get a beer.
Between missions. What type of targets are you facing mostly? Is it infantry or vehicles?
Dugouts. We're facing everything in large numbers. It depends on the task. BTR or BMPs are driving at us. It's not a problem for us at all. They send their punished ones, or cannon fodder. Shoot 15 fucking...
They send their worst guys, their cannon fodder. That's the people who have never fired a firearm before.
Times at them, and that's it. There's no enemy vehicle anymore. Guaranteed annihilation.
This combat footage of them
guaranteed annihilation.
Shows why the Bradley has become the most famous vehicle in this war. They're laying down suppressive fire with the 25mm high explosive cannon rounds, and then they pop smoke when they get out of the tree line into the open, so that they can't get hit by enemy anti-tank teams.
Do they use hunter-killer tactics where one is searching for targets and the other is hitting them?
We don't have that. We just have an option when we can work in pairs of 2 vehicles in tandem, or 3 vehicles. For example, we worked in pairs with the tanks. It's just that whoever goes first, in any case, if he notices where shots are coming from, well, the one behind already starts shooting.
The commander, Alexei, told me that one of the most important aspects is teamwork, and that him and his gunner, Valerie, can almost read each other's minds. They have that level of unity. We see them working alongside an American M1 Abrams tank inside Russia here. This is a textbook assault tactic, covering down on one another and choosing the best weapon system for each target. Despite this, and despite the fact that the Bradley's beloved here, it's still very old technology. A lot of the systems they're using are still from the 1980s, and they're missing some key features like the commander independent viewer that can point out targets as they go. They use their own navigation map system for marking enemies on a separate tablet screen instead of the United States headquarters.
Good shit. Absolutely. Out of piss.
Watch your foot because there could be mines.
Yes. Like remote mining, something like no explosion.
Do they think that the war is going well for Russia? Do they know that they've lost thousands of tanks?
No, they don't know.
I'm gonna kill your Anna. I'm gonna kill your Mercy.
But we face here that people are very afraid of talking what they really think. You could be punished in Russia.
The Ukrainian infantrymen that I spoke to didn't paint a rosy picture either. They were very honest and direct about how dire the situation was on the front and how they were losing territory and that the conditions right now are certainly not in their favor.
Can you ask them, are they happy to hear that the attack them is approved?
The news everyone was talking about that morning was the approval of American and British long-range missile systems like the ATACMS and Storm Shadow with ranges of around 300 kilometers. I felt like I was now walking into the nest that was about to be kicked.
In 5.
That morning, as I was on the ground, Ukrainian forces launched a precision strike using Western-supplied long-range missiles into Kursk.
Uh-oh. Boo-doo Ranger.
12 British-supplied Storm Shadow missiles flew over our heads. They were launched from 6 of Ukraine's Su-27s. These missiles hit targets 30 kilometers north of me. They targeted a Russian command outpost located in the town of Marino. The strikes injured a North Korean general, killed 18 Russian soldiers, and wounded another 30. The Ukrainian military claimed that these strikes killed 500 North Koreans, but I have not seen this claim independently verified.
How do they feel about the North Koreans over here?
They will be fertilized with Chinese soil.
Through United 24 Media, I was able to speak with the head of the office of the Ukrainian president, Mikhail Podolyak. He was famously one of the representatives of Ukraine at the initial negotiations with Russia.
Did that surprise you when you learned that North Korean soldiers were going there? What implications do you think that has for the wider war?
We're simultaneously fighting against Iran, which is providing material help to Russia, against North Korea, which is providing material and manpower support to Russia, and against Russia, with all of its military competence. So if our partners will, after all, provide the necessary weapons and time, then we will come to a fantastic and just end to this war.
Later, Russian President Vladimir Putin would even confirm the strikes had indeed hit a command outpost.
What? Why am I always the first one to die? Those guys have been standing in the fucking power for 4 minutes. I come out, I die instantly. Why? Why do I die and nobody else dies? Why? Come on, man! Those guys have been soaking it in damage for 3 solid minutes. I pop out for 0.3 seconds, and I'm punished with the loss. Come on, man!
Were an escalation from the West that amounted to NATO directly entering the war. Meanwhile, the U.S. government stated that this was in response to Russia's escalation of deploying North Korean troops.
But there are a lot of people who are fearful that that would escalate the war and bring it to potentially a nuclear war.
I'll explain to you the nature of Russian Mir, the Russian Federation.
What? What? Come on, the second I ult, I'm stunned before I even can do a single millisecond of the ult, I'm stunned. Why? Because the piece of shit developers suck dick.
They're not ready to take it to the
Come on, the second I press the button, I'm stunned. Come on, man.
But they're prepared to bluff.
What was that?
They're ready to scare you.
On the ground in Kursk, all the political arguments and the decisions made by leadership couldn't be further from anyone's mind.
So we will work fastly because we have been detected somehow that we are here.
It's terrifying because their word that we got from the press officers that they know where we are now, they're tracking us.
Standing in the ruins, I was struck by an uncomfortable realization. I felt that I belonged here, witnessing something bigger than myself. I could feel now that I was on the frontier, the meeting point of 2 systems colliding. On the one side, in the east, Putin's authoritarian rule. On the other side, in the west, a society fighting for values that couldn't be more different. And from where I stood, it seemed that this fundamental difference could unfortunately only be resolved through violence.
How do they deal, if they ever get afraid, how do they deal with that fear?
Every time I go out, it's scary. We do nothing to deal with it. We just go ahead. I crossed myself, prayed, and I go. I can't do anything about it, but when we return, I'm very happy. Before I went to battle duty, it was scary. Now it's not. Now I understand what adrenaline is. I understand what I'm fighting for. I'm fighting for my homeland, for my family. So it's not scary anymore.
How soldiers handle fear is something that has always interested me, I guess because sometimes I have trouble myself dealing with being afraid. When I was 19 years old, it didn't occur to me the danger that I was in, but now, at 35, I was all too aware of what I could lose. My wife back home, who was worried about me, but I felt like having this opportunity to tell people what is really happening in Ukraine, maybe it was a chance for me to do some good in ways that I wasn't able to when I was in uniform. So I'm curious. I'm curious how other people handle fear. One common theme that I've noticed in all of the answers is prayer, higher power, spirituality, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I found myself praying for the first time in years, if I'm being honest, and there is some truth to that saying. There are no atheists in Foxville.
We're going and talking to different people, different homes, and dropping off things like insulin for people with diabetes. Russian saying they're going through their rich people, destroying homes. They're claiming that they're not. That's part of the reason why they, I think, want an American journalist here, is because they want to get their side of the story out.
The highlights from the Russian news, where Russian public person, state person said that here in the center of the Sudzha, this is the concentrational camp, detaining center, where people are being tortured, killed.
Many of the guys I talked to, they said that they felt a need to enlist when their homeland was invaded by Russia. I think this powerful motivation partly explains why they've been able to hold back an adversary that outnumbers them sometimes 5 to 1. I expected to meet with a lot of poorly motivated and exhausted soldiers because they're now reaching the 1,000th day of the war. But this was not what I saw. I saw disciplined, squared away soldiers. It's not like the Ukrainian military held their punches either. They didn't just show me parts of the front that are sunshine and rainbows and quiet. They brought me to the worst parts of the country where often they're losing. Their soldiers almost universally expressed to me that they were well aware of this reality, that they're losing ground, even that they're losing the war, and that the tactical picture for them isn't good. Despite this, almost all the regular average infantrymen that I spoke to expressed their desire to continue fighting. I can't imagine what it's like to be a soldier in an outnumbered
I can. It's like, if I don't fight, nobody else will.
Force.
You've never been there because you have this nice coddled middle class, upper class, like spend $30,000 every time there's a problem life. But I've never had $30,000. So fuck you. Yeah, you can't imagine it because you've just never faced hardship, coddled white boy.
Helps me deal with fear is just knowing the scale of how many people are there supporting you. They were resupplying an estimated 25,000 Ukrainian soldiers fighting into Kursk. For every combat soldier, you need to account for at least one more logistics soldier resupplying him. But I learned that logistics in this direction is complicated by a couple of factors you wouldn't realize unless you got on the ground. When I looked at the map online, it looks like a 1 hour straight easy shot to Kursk. But what the map doesn't reveal is how chewed up this road actually is. Once I got on the ground, I was surprised to see how tank treads, bombs, wear and tear had turned large sections of the road into giant potholes that slowed everything down to a crawl, and nearly doubles the amount of time it should take to get there. It adds to the cost of maintenance. Broken down cars with popped tires and destroyed suspension systems were a common sight. As we traveled,
what?
It struck me just
come on, tank, you piece of shit!
Compared to other sections along the front that I'd seen already, Sumi's one of the furthest hubs from the point of contact. Keep in mind, much of the ammo also needs to take a 17-hour train ride from Poland to Kyiv, and then after that, another 4-hour truck drive to Sumi. All along this route, you hit checkpoints, and they get more and more frequent as you get further and further east. They're regarded by a number of groups to check our identification. They're SBU officers who are experts in counter-espionage, looking for saboteurs from Russia here. They verified my press credentials, and they were also out there to stop deserters or just Ukrainians who are trying to avoid mobilization orders. Do you think that the information war is very important?
Yes, super important, because here we make the seeds of truth. heads of these people. They will understand that Ukrainian boots, Ukrainian army here, just not to make Sumy city being shelled, and the people will really understand who started this war and how this war was started.
Does he blame Putin? Does he blame Ukraine for what's happening here?
I don't know, but I'm not into politics.
As much as we would all like to avoid it, the reality is sometimes politics has an impact on what happens in the battlefield. Russian and North Korean troops appear to be aiming to push Ukrainian forces out by the end of January. There are claims that this has to do with the new incoming administration in America. But I was curious to know what Ukrainians think of this development.
Donald Trump just won the election in the United States. He is saying that he wants to end the war very quickly. How does Ukraine plan to navigate potential shifts in U.S. foreign policy?
I look at everything a tad optimistically, because I believe that Mr. Trump is a man who has a rational approach to assessing the phenomenon. Moreover, he is a person that always takes the initiative. He wants to be number one, which is quite cool, because you can't just come up and say, look, there's a scenario for freezing conflict. There's a scenario of conceding something with Russia, because these scenarios show that Putin is big. I can't imagine that Trump's ready to be number two after Putin. That would be odd. Why? Because Putin, in comparison to Trump, is a tiny midget.
That's a lot for 155 or whatever artillery shelling that they're sending out from tube artillery over here. It's a lot more rounds than anywhere else on the front line that I've been in. And I've been all across the front line so far. So Kursk appears to be very much their main effort, I would say, based on what I've seen so far. Because I've seen, without showing the positions, I've seen Ukrainian infantry taking shelter in the houses around here. We're only 2 to 3 kilometers from Russian positions.
The guys trusted me enough to show me this secret location where they live, referred to as the safe house. This was not how I pictured Ukrainian soldiers living. I pictured them like in the trenches 24/7 for some reason. Once off duty here, the guys can relax, cook food, and clean their weapons. It's not the Ritz-Carlton, but they even have access to internet through Starlink.
That they were teach by the previous team, and now they're already working the front line. And they came to the gate like 2 months ago. They're doing 2 days. They were like, you know.
I can't show you any of the exterior of this location, as you might have noticed.
No!
The screen out, and this is because Russian forces have used video footage like this and photos to geolocate the position, and then they add that location to their missile list for future strikes. Yes, that's right. Some people have hit lists, Russia has missile lists.
What are most of the weapons those guys use? Most of the weapons? Oh. It's like an artillery battle.
What I can tell you about how the regular infantry live here is that they find an unassuming house, one that's been evacuated, and then they set up shop. This is actually true for both sides in the war, because the second you set up a traditional military base, like the one I lived in Iraq, you're asking for a missile straight to the teeth. You might as well raise a giant red flag that says, "Shoot me, please." The only way I was able to get access to this safe house and Kursk in the first place was thanks to United 24 Media, so I recommend you subscribe to their YouTube channel if you want to learn more about things like this. I was definitely not expecting to see soldiers even have the opportunity to head back to the city to spend time with their wives and family. That part shocked me. 1 minute you're taking artillery fire, and the next you're sitting down at a nice restaurant eating a gourmet meal with your loved ones, the very people you're trying to protect. I have to admit, I had this preconceived idea going into this, thinking that all the soldiers were on the zero line all the time, like 24/7. But I've since learned I couldn't have been more wrong. Alexei revealed to me that Him and his team spend about 2 days on the front in combat before they're then rotated back to what's called a safe house. It's a one-on, one-off system where one Bradley is deployed while the other is back at the safe house. They bring the infantry to the zero line, drop them off, provide fire support with the cannon while they're on the ground, and it's not like they're on the front for years on end. They're rotated off the front entirely. Battalions spend half a year running this routine, and then they're rotated off back to the rear for training and refit. What I'm talking about here is a very important military concept known as operational tempo or op-tempo. It means the rate at which missions are conducted during a campaign. You have to balance speed with downtime in order to sustain and outpace the enemy. These variables are weighed like a seesaw, and if they aren't balanced right, then the tide of the battle can go poorly if you choose to rotate your guys not frequently enough. So for example, if you want to have 1,000 soldiers defending a section with Mark and Kursk, you need to account for having another 1,000 to rotate them with, and then another 2,000 all the way in the rear to rotate them with every 6 months, and then another 2,000 to run logistics for them. The same considerations and implementations for missions is also true for Russian forces. These considerations are doubly important from the Russian perspective, especially operationally, because they're on the assault in Kursk, Russia.
So many journalists even can go here because their editor's policy is they can go like out to the border without the permission. Some teams came and then changed the decision and asked that can you delete your footage you made? Like, we haven't been here.
We had to move quickly. Russian forces were now aware that it's an American journalist in Kursk. Now, usually the way Russia figures this out and tracks this is they have these things called Orlan drones. The way I understand
Fuck! Eight seconds. Get on point now. 5 seconds. Ooh, 0 and 7 cost us. What are you doing? I need you to actually play the video. There you go.
Drones that can be hooked up with routers.
Worthless piece of shit developers. What trip are you on? And all the time I'm like, oh man, look at that software developer fly past you as he tries to set down in front of you.
And ping and crawl and download all your cell phone data. So if you have an American SIM card in your phone, the Russians will see that, pinpoint your location, and send a missile there. Nick from Battles and Beers told me to download an app that would let me change to a Ukrainian's eSIM card and to use a VPN.
Wow, so if you show up as an American, don't bring a cell phone. It makes sense. Yeah, I think that makes sense, yeah.
To avoid detection by the Russians. All Ukrainian soldiers and myself also put our phones on airplane mode once we got within 20 kilometers of
Turn the
front,
phones off,
to
you piece
avoid
of shit
being
moron.
tracked
Turn
and
the
identified.
phones
You
off.
don't want
What the fuck do you need a
cell
phone
pings
for?
in
You
one
better have
building,
guns
drawing
and
attention to the
able to
Russian
hold
military.
yourself if you went to
No
that area.
system is perfect, of course, but why make it easier for them to kill you? The Russian people seemed like they were unafraid of anything. They seemed like they were comfortable speaking freely in front of the Ukrainian officers. Here, the Russian civilian is arguing that they're not getting the supplies that they need, and the Ukrainian press officer is saying, "You're lying, I was just here yesterday and I gave you my own supplies."
You're able to get them some supplies?
He will show the video, her family members.
Дочка з Росії.
The commander went around and he got a bunch of the civilians that live there and he put them in touch with their family members who are in other parts of Kursk, or they might be located in other parts of Russia and Moscow, for instance. So he got them on FaceTime with them because there's no other way for them to reach their family members.
I gave this Russian gentleman an American cigarette. Money here has no good, so cigs were all they wanted. War zones have a way of stripping life down to its raw essentials. In this barter economy, cigs have become a universal type of currency.
Do they operate as like a squad, as one squad, and they go to the positions and then they do fire support when they're at the positions, or do they operate more as like a taxi? They drop off the soldiers and then they leave.
When the weather permitted during the initial days, we would actually use Striker to storm the enemy positions and do a suppressive fire, and during that time our ground troops would take up positions to cover and storm the enemy positions, and then the vehicles would leave. Also, we would bring troops to the positions, and we would bring ammunition, food. You could potentially use some more maneuverable vehicles, like a pickup truck, but shrapnel could do some damage to those, so we use Strikers in those situations.
I mean, with the 8th Airborne Brigade, in the Kursk direction, they have the American-provided Striker armored vehicles here with Browning 50 caliber machine gun on top.
My first time back on a Striker and since like 2015. Feels good to be back.
They took off all the side armor, all the cage armor. They took off the explosive reactive armor. What would happen is they would kick into a tree and then that would explode.
I'm not forcing you to go anywhere. I'm offering you an option. You can either agree or disagree. According to international humanitarian law, I have no right to force you. I'm offering you this option, that on the day of the evacuation, a car will come to pick you up here. And from here, you will go straight to Sumy.
They say that they're providing opportunities for these people to evacuate if they want to. But it appears like people that are here right now are the people that do not want to leave. So they've written on each of the houses, they're letting people know that they're there and that there's civilians, hoping that the drones and the artillery will see those markings and not hit those buildings.
It says here on the wall that their mom died and they moved to another location.
Communication in this war zone had devolved to the same range as the barter system. Private messages written onto public walls with the hopes that they would reach the intended eyes. Even navigating here is a challenge in ways I didn't expect. I found my GPS system on my phone was frequently jammed by the Ukrainian military. One moment you're looking at Google Maps, the next your location has been spoofed and you think you're 200 miles to the east, or the signal's completely down from friendly electronic warfare. But one thing working in Ukraine's favor is that the Russian military, from their perspective, they have to travel almost twice the distance, 120 kilometers, in order to truck supplies from their closest city of Kursk. However, both sides face a major challenge. There is really only one main two-lane road that travels to the fight and back. This severely limits your options, and creates a dangerous, vulnerable choke point for attacks. Both sides are funneled into predictable movements. Then, 2 Russian women suddenly walk past us crying. I followed them to their half-standing homes. What I saw there made me emotional in ways I hadn't been in years. The women told me they'd lived in this house for over 20 years. I couldn't imagine my entire life being suddenly destroyed in front of me like that. The destruction would now force them to abandon their homes in search of the communal shelter. It was very difficult for me to watch this old Russian woman pick up the remaining pieces of her life off the floor.
Happens all the time. That's the reality that you piece of shit warmongers built. You suck dick.
Some of the first aerial bombardments ever during
cry about the old lady's bombs falling on her house as more, but that's the bombs that you drop, shitheads. You drop bombs all the time. Fuck what happens to the old lady. You drop bombs on her house. That's what you do. That's what men do. Men are pieces of shit. They drop bombs on your mother's house.
And what instantly struck me was the level of poverty, the smell of trash, and of people who didn't have running water for ages. According to 2023 information, the average monthly Russian salary is just 71,000 rubles, or about $750. The number of Russians who say they can't afford basic necessities has jumped from 50% to 50% in the past 2 years. More Russian soldiers have died from the poorest regions of Russia than anywhere else, according to stats compiled by Mediazona.
There's practically no standard of living in a lot of regions in Russia. There are no job opportunities.
No!
Families are poor, the people are poor, and so on. So you take a poor population that nobody cares about, that can't realize its potential, and you send them to war. There you can do whatever you want. Kill and pillage this country. And people are going, firstly, to earn money they would never have made in Russia otherwise. Secondly, they can pillage Ukraine.
Woo!
And both Russia and North Korea are ready for war. But the modern world isn't.
And when Ukrainian soldiers are hit with these Russian assaults, there's one threat that all armored crews that I spoke to were unanimous in agreement that was their main concern.
What hit that?
FPV drone, currently the scariest thing, is the FPV. They are attached on this fiber optic cable. REDs, REVs, also known as electronic warfare devices, do not jam fiber optic. There are a lot of REDs. We have 6 of them. Each one is on its own wave, on their own frequency. They do their job.
You can see Russian FPV drones have struck many of the 47's Bradleys using cords that are tethered to it. These drones are typically armed with RPG munitions strapped to them for kamikaze guns, constantly circling above, always hunting them in a deadly game of cat and mouse. They reminded me of the improvised explosive devices I faced in Iraq, except now they'd evolved into a nightmare with wings. The gunner, Valerie, showed me a picture of a Russian 10-inch FPV explosive drone that landed on the vehicle near the driver's hatch, but luckily for them, didn't detonate.
Speaking of the FPV drones, how does the armor stand up to mines and FPV drones that the threats that they face?
What we personally faced is FPV, but it didn't hit us directly. We got shrapnel from FPV, but we don't know what kind of explosives it had. It holds good against the mortar rounds and artillery.
What?
Somewhere about 10 meters from the striker. The armor does well with any shrapnel. The armor is good here. Even with regular rounds, the bullet gets destroyed in the first layer of the armor. First it goes ceramic, with rubber, then metal, and another layer.
Oh, my Widow fucked you up!
Love
you, Widow.
We have is the drones. This gives us the worst headaches, the drones. Yes, we had an anti-tank guided missile hit us. We also get blown up by landmines. But it's mostly drones.
You can see on the top of the Bradley turret here, those things with circle domes on them are what's called EW, or electronic warfare devices. These jam a wide range of frequencies when activated, but they told me the jammers have pros and cons. I learned that if you jam low enough frequencies, you start to cut off your own radio communications, or you can disrupt the accuracy of friendly bombing systems that rely on GPS. Actively jamming drones can also make your location easier to track by the enemy.
The fiber optics they use now, we have no tool to counteract them. And often you leave the position, and there are already 12 of them, like a beehive under you.
Drones make defending Kursk incredibly difficult, but the terrain in this direction is also a challenge to be considered. This is what the zero line in Kursk looks like. Shallow trenches, positions of just a handful of soldiers. There are lakes everywhere. When you try to dig deep into the earth, you hit water quickly. The soil's not great for digging into in this forested...
Skycat kills the legend! That works. Good shit, guys. Good game. They don't like me. I come through. Fighting the whole world is kind of fun. Tenshi, I like the name. I like the name. Tenshi for the motherfucking win.
Region. Roots get in the way of attempts to build trenches without any mechanized equipment.
What type of battles do you have in Kursk? How is Kursk different than some other places like Pokrovsk?
It was easier in Pokrovsk. It was, at first, our territory, roughly speaking. That area was all ours, so that's why it's way easier. The fighting is harder here because it's their territory, and they don't spare any ammunition for us. They spare no resources. Well, here's much harder. Well, it's harder than it was there.
Have you been using the tow launcher? What can you tell me about that?
When it comes to the tow missiles, we always have to have one. Well, we don't use bunker busters here. There's no need for it. And in Donetsk, we had one anti-tank missile and one anti-bunker missile.
The first thing that immediately stood out to me when I saw them was the insane amount of damage they'd survived.
Yep.
Entire pieces of armor had been ripped apart by direct hits.
Yep.
But this man, Oleksiy...
Fuck them. We do what we have to. We do what we have to. When I fought you on the fucking streets in the War of America, as you killed the poor, I was hunted by police. I was hunted by my own countrymen. I was attacked by my own roommates. You know what I'm saying? My own roommates fucking attacked me with a fucking metal baseball bat. You know what I'm saying? When I was in the War of America...
has casually been shot too many times for him to even remember what hit him.
You can see they've taken all kinds of shrapnel and hits to the side of the vehicle, and that the paneling has protected them from.
This is partly thanks to this piece here called the Brat Dynamic Protection Armor Kit. These are like add-on modular tiles that you see surrounding the vehicle. When they're damaged, you can swap them out. It basically explodes outwards as soon as it's hit by incoming.
What other threats are they facing?
Mortars, artillery, Lancet drones. There's never been a time when a vehicle arrived and nothing flew in to get it. Everything is attacking them forever.
When you're in the muddy Ukraine, you need to get to a off-spear location, spot where the enemy isn't going to be able to spot you from overhead with drones, and they're not going to be able to drop bombs.
Operating in these muddy conditions does come at a maintenance penalty, though. Sometimes the mud can destroy the tracks, requiring replacement.
How is the maintenance on the vehicle so far? Do you have all the parts that you need?
We don't have those maintenance things. If the machine can't move, the vehicle is then evacuated. It was taken back to the repair shop. We sent it in the evening, and if it wasn't really badly damaged, then they returned it to us in the morning.
The fast turnaround time is impressive, and an indication of how much of Ukraine's resources are being devoted to the Kursk operation. The United States has gifted about 300 Bradleys to Ukraine. That's an estimated value of roughly $600 million. And the U.S. Army has about 3,700 Bradleys in reserves and in total. Russian state media, the TASS news agency, and some private Telegram journalist channels were putting out information that Ukraine had set up a concentration camp in Kursk, so I went to check out what that was all about. According to the officer, at least 2,500 Russian civilians were left in the occupied part of Kursk, all of whom needed to be cared for. I learned here that the Russian civilians had no real accurate understanding of the war in Ukraine. They thought the Russian army had been invited into Ukraine in 2014, and that no Ukrainian cities had been experiencing heavy shelling or indiscriminate bombing. They had no idea that thousands of Russian tanks had already been destroyed. Ukrainian soldiers put up photographs of their destroyed towns, and they played videos and documentaries of their flattened cities. And many of the Russians believed that it was all fake. It reminded me of the propaganda that the United States believed about some of the justifications we heard for the war in Iraq.
The Ukrainians have announced that these monuments to opposite situation.
So they come and they desecrate your monuments?
Yes, like that.
This is just my personal belief here, but I think there were a lot of lies about weapons of mass destruction that convinced the nation to invade. At the same time, this is surprising. Most of the Russian people here first are elderly, poor, and uneducated. Their lives are entirely focused on making ends meet, not learning about the intricacies of geopolitics and wars. These people are likely not a good representation of what most Russians believe. Still, it does give us important insight, because many of the Russian soldiers who are fighting on the front lines come from similar poor regions. This is well documented in Mediazona's reports, as it often is the case that in war it's the downtrodden part of society who are asked to fight and sacrifice the most. My fixer, though, he became angry. He heard the Russian civilians talking about how hard life was since the start of the war in August. He told her, the war didn't start in August. It's been going on far longer than that. I asked and found out that Ukrainian forces claim to have requested a humanitarian corridor multiple times from Russia so that the Russian civilians could be returned safely to Russian territory. But the requests were repeatedly denied by Moscow. From a cold military calculator point of view, I could understand probably why. Authorizing a humanitarian corridor means a ceasefire. And a ceasefire in turn means it gives your adversary time to dig in deeper. The reality of defending Russian advances that outnumber them in Kursk means that Ukrainian troops have had to adapt their tactics and rely heavily on mobility to cover vast areas of contested ground. To solve for this problem, Ukraine has turned to the Stryker armored fighting vehicle. When I spoke to the commander of the vehicle, he revealed that there are some downsides to the Stryker that he wishes improved.
Compared to the BTR, it's very finicky, so the tires, the run slots are really great. They'll get you back to base, it's very survivable. But the problem is that the vehicle's tires are constantly needing to be replaced. They also say that they're constantly needing to go into the shop and get things fixed for the vehicle, and that it's hard to get Western parts here, and that they need more spare parts in order to continue their mission effectively a lot of times.
It felt great to be back in a Stryker. I felt a little bit like I was living vicariously through these guys. Sometimes you miss being in war, even though it's...
Oh my god, you guys got a kill? You did get a kill, but I didn't get there in time. Sorry. Nice. Yes, he is.
All right, our next case is case number 2023-0432, Mitchell versus
Why
Reese.
did you put me back? You seem really crazy. You seem to like really want me to see something I've not seen before.
I know by now a few of you
No,
people
I
have
need you to
watched
do what we were on. Yeah, take me where I was.
And that it's hard to get
Thank
Western
you.
parts here, and that they need more spare parts in order to continue their mission effectively a lot of times.
It felt great to be back in a striker. I felt a little bit like I was living vicariously through these guys. Sometimes you miss being in war, even though it's traumatic and awful and you don't want to be there. There's aspects of it that you miss, like the camaraderie, the equipment, the gear. But for some reason, Ukraine, it felt different being there. It didn't feel as traumatic because it really did feel like this was a justified cause.
There's also a feature where we have to take it off ourselves, because this space is useful for putting mines, so they can grab them quickly when they need to secure a perimeter. It's nice that it's out of the way, because all they hold in their hands are a rucksack and their weapons.
They've done some interesting missions with like dropping off landmines, something that I hadn't pictured for the striker before, where they go into open fields and they just dropped off tons of landmines to prevent Russian advance.
So would he prefer a striker or a Soviet BTR?
Every vehicle is different, but when it comes to speed and armor, of course I prefer the striker. But strikers weren't made for combat that we are in, like moving in the woods. Sometimes the side can hit some branches and get jammed, and then I have to get out to get the ammunition out, or fix up the remote weapon station. So I just don't think the striker was made for these conditions. It was more made for open areas of combat. I do like the aiming computer module and the Browning. Mostly we use the remote weapon station because the eye doesn't have the same focus as a camera does, so it would be harder to hit the target. With the weapon camera, I can see their heat signature, and I'm able to see a vehicle from 1.5 kilometers, like it was only 100 meters from me, and I can see where my round hits, and I can also adjust my shooting. Also, the Browning is pretty good as far as servicing. It only requires some cleanliness and oil. If you clean it and put some oil, it'll work without any flaws. Only negative side, it has a small belt with 200 rounds. And it's only enough for 1 minute for combat, but sometimes it'd be nice if you had more.
I came here to learn, but here's something I could actually help them with. I sent them instructions on how to fix that problem. There's a trick that you can do to increase your ammo capacity on the striker to 500 rounds, twice the amount, by welding 2 ammo cans together. According to the leadership in their unit that I spoke to, 6 of their strikers were seriously damaged by direct hits and drums, and no soldiers were seriously injured in those strikes. For one, the thermal camera and weapon station are knocked offline very easily, even by the smallest amount of shrapnel or too much mud and dust, and having to get out from under the protection of armor to reload isn't really an option in this war. I learned that the way casualty evacuations work in Kursk is as a stabilization point located away from the front, where they focus on stopping the bleeding. And this is like a level 2 trauma care equivalent in the US military. Once that's achieved, the casualties move to something closer to the equivalent of like level 3 or 4 care, which would be an actual civilian hospital. But the battle in Ukraine isn't just a fight between ideology of the East and West. It's also a fight against tank design philosophy of the East and West. And Kursk has turned into a...
Death. No! What? That entire fucking thing, huh? What? Kill him! What are you talking about? couldn't move! Why? You stopped my movement for no reason. You wouldn't even let me roll. Why? No, you got off the point, you... You were winning, then you got off point because you didn't deserve the win. You don't know what game you're playing. It's annoying, but Overwatch has been out for fucking 7 years. We kind of expect you to understand what the point of the game is, which is staying on the point, not going 100 meters past and throwing the game like a worthless piece of shit. Imagine if Junkrat ever got a nerf. Imagine if Junkrat ever got a nerf. When Zen and Junkrat ever get a nerf, oh man, imagine what it might do for the game. Those one-shots that don't kill when the rest of us have to hit it. I have to hit my enemies 72 times. My enemies have to hit me once. That's it. My enemies, all of them, they only have to hit me once. I have to hit them 72 times. I'm dead serious. And so I count my 72, and when they get to 63, I get really angry, because I lose. They hit once in the 72 times. What? Nope. What? Kill the fucking Tracer! Where are you guys? You're standing around while I fight the Tracer alone! You let me alone. You guys suck dick in Overwatch. There it is. What? Fucking kill him! Fucking kill him. Please kill one of them, please. What?!
Proving ground for these machines. Among them, the M1 Abrams is a symbol of Western military aid, which has taken center stage, but not without controversy.
We're here at a nondescript location in the middle of nowhere, Ukraine, where I'm with the Abrams units that are back from the front line. They're refitting, getting their Abrams fixed. Can you walk me through the day in the life, what your typical routine day looks like as an Abrams crew member?
There's a lot of enemy vehicles in the Kursk direction right now. We are fighting at a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers now. Well, it's also the case that we shoot infantry in the tree lines. We can arrive at a point when the enemy is 150 to 200 meters away from us. Whatever the order is, we work accordingly.
What can you tell me about the combat operations in Kursk?
We received those tanks from the start without uranium armor, and it happened that enemy shots burned right through our frontal armor, and we were losing people because of that. But right now, on our own initiative, we hung extra armor. After that, the survivability of the crew and the armor itself improved. It would be great if we had uranium armor as well, so we survive as best we can.
When talking to all the different armored crews across the front line, it sounds like vehicles need to be rotated away from combat every couple of weeks for refit, repairs, routine maintenance, regardless. The Abrams just